Hello everyone, this is Rex Red. I am back with another fun Daz 3D tutorial. This is EZ3DTV and we are in Daz Studio. And what we are working on today is the Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro with Mega Pose Toolkit. Now that's a mouthful there. So that is what we are working on today. So I have not even tried to open this, but luckily I am not a novice at using these pose mixers. So we're going to go in and find this on our computer. And what we have is a model here. I had to set up a little bit of a scene. He's in our A pose, so he's in the standard pose that you put a character in when they come into the scene. We got some pants on him, and he's in the jungle kind of place. So it's just better than having a gray background and something really boring. And then I have a spotlight coming at him from, well, the right, I guess. That's what my right side coming down at him. There's a little bit of a shadow on the side of his face over here. So you can see that we have it coming down from kind of this angle. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do some work with this pose mixer. And so we select default, and it should come up in the top of my list here. This pose mixer. If not, we will do a search for it. Pose. All right. And I have to unselect filter by context. And where are you, pose mixer? Come on. That's Pose Fusion. And I think we might be able to put our settings down a little bit lower. We're not gaming right now. So we'll put our settings down to, we recommend, what is this? Open widget. 4,500 settings. We can go down a little bit because we're not really doing gaming right now. So we'll go 4,500. Hopefully it doesn't destroy the way my screen looks, but here we go. Okay. So we're down to 4,500 and we're back here. Now where is, oh, it might help if I installed it. I don't know that I have actually even installed this yet. So I have to take and go to here, and I have to turn off my background, which would be the Elgato. This may, because I'm afraid this might come up with some passwords or serial numbers or something like that. And so we're going to open this up, the Install Manager. And, okay, Angus, how are you today? I'm going to do this quick and short little tutorial. We're not going to make a scene today. We're just going to work on this brand new pose, Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro. And I kind of have to apologize because I got a lot of people interested in I think the old Pose Mixer Pro. It wasn't Pro, I don't think. It was just Pose Mixer. And great, good to hear, Angus. Always good to hear that you are doing fine. Now, so I got people interested in this pose mixer, and what I did was I put Genesis 9 really quick into the scene, and then I like froze their hand or something, and then I put a pose on and it worked. But Genesis 9 and Genesis 8, they differ in the spine area and maybe some other areas of the body. They have different names, they have different stuff. So when I went in to use the pose mixer at a later date, I realized there were all kinds of holes in it. And I think it's the pose mixer. I'm quite sure it's the pose mixer. But so this new product has come out, the Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro with Mega Pose Toolkit, which is kind of interesting. And what and I wrote this for Genesis 9 so that people would know that that we're working with a Genesis 9 product, but that it works with Genesis 9, that we're working with later, that this is a new video. And I know YouTube says that, but it only says that for about a week or so. And this is a new video because it mentions Genesis 9 in the title. And so this Ultimate Pose Mixer not only works with Genesis 9, but 8.1, 8, 3, and Genesis 2, and I think Genesis also. So it supposedly works. Okay, there we go. And yes, these were not, and head shapes and starter essentials. Okay, there's some updates, people. So some big ones for the Genesis 9 starter essentials, 1 and 1 of 2 and 2. So the starter essentials are getting an update, and I don't know whether if it's adding more to them, which would be really nice, or it's just fixing things in them that are broken. And then the Ultimate Pose Mixer. Okay, so I'm going to install these now, and I should be able to now turn back on my screen. And starter essentials are huge. Okay, let's see what happens when we turn that back on. You can see now that I am in the Install Manager, and we are installing the starter essentials. And that's done, and it just also installed the Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro with Mega Pose Toolkit for Genesis 9. And I say it's for Genesis 9 because it's new, so it works with Genesis 9 where the previous one didn't. I don't really know how to word that to say for all Genesis figures, because basically it could change. We could have Genesis 10 and then it wouldn't work for all Genesis figures, would it? So at this point, we're just going to throw and say Genesis 9, which kind of encompasses the possibility that it's backward compatible. All right, here we go. So that is that. And we got his Hawaii shorts on. It could be Bahama shorts. So we're going to save this real quick so that if I need to come back to this A pose and all of this, I don't have to reload and get our guy in here. Now this may not work because I have a bunch of here it is. This is the Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro utilities. Now yes, so this is if you go up into here, you'll see that I have this pose mixer, and what I'm going to do is it won't let me click on these. So I'm going to go, this is in my favorites, so I'm going to go into this window, and we go to workspaces and customize, and then we go into menus and toolbars. Okay, this would be pose mixer. Remove item, let's try that. Okay, that's in my toolbars. I wanted to get rid of it out of here also. But then we go to menus, and there's one here. Activities, advanced, toolbars. pose mixer. We're gonna I don't know, it's not allowing me to delete that, but okay. So now we're gonna go here into toolbars. These are toolbars. I don't see favorites. Okay, those are toolbars. Menus. Okay, these are menus. So we're going to look down here for one. It says script, options, view pane, viewport, main menu bar. Here it is. And here it is. And we're going to get rid of this pose mixer. Remove item. Okay, apply. Okay, so accept. Now when we go up here, we shouldn't have, okay, that was in scripts. Okay, that was in here. All right, I don't see it here. So now what we can do, now that we have the old one removed, okay, then we can go install menus and tools. Okay, let's see if there's another one. This is a really, it looks like they went all out on this because the last one didn't have even a quarter of this stuff. It had this stuff here, but then this stuff down here is all new, this Z translation. And so what I'm hoping, and so, all right, we're going to install this into scripts. It says it's a script, but it should give it its own. It's going to probably put it in here into these V3 digitimes. Okay, so we're going to try it. Double click. I double clicked on it. I don't think it did it. Let's look. No, it didn't. So let's try again. And I think it did something there. Yeah. Okay. So, and we have all of this here up here now as well. So, okay, this is what? These. All right, so we can get at them by just doing this number. Now, what are these? These are image manager. And all right, I'm not going to go in, I'm not going to mess with that. And I'm not going to be using these up here anyway. If I want to use it, I'm going to go into here and use these. And it looks like we've got this is massive. Look at this. Hide mixer toolbar. Okay, so this is all nice. This allows us to redock and show all toolbars, hide general toolbar, show general. Okay, hide general toolbar. Let's hide a few of these because I just don't want this all up here. Menus and toolbars, hide all toolbars. Well, that works nice. Okay, so we can just as easy come up here and go into the menu and toolbars and redock and show all toolbars. Okay, so all right, so what this does is this allows us, and okay, zero, okay, this is the zero lower bodies. Oh, this is really, really nice. Have you ever really wanted to zero your character? Alter all bone rotations, alter lower body, alter upper body. I don't know what this alter is, so this is something I'd have to look in there's so much here, and it's kind of a cop-out because I just have no idea what half of this stuff does, but a lot of it I do know what it does, okay? Bake all, okay, and that's kind of interesting, okay? So I think what this does is it makes morphs out of things, so this is going to be, I was really, really lucky because I happened to have a bunch of those those discount things with Daz, and then that you when you buy something, and I like had 6 of them, and then I had them piled up, and then I had also a there was some kind of deal they gave me, which was another thing. Excuse me. And so instead of paying like $20 for it, I paid like $6 for this. And this was just a couple of days ago. This is a very vital program, and that's why it's so important. Now, the most important parts of this, and you can see kind of what these are. These are these red ones and these green ones, okay? Those are the most important parts, okay? Now, this one right here, as you can see, it's a little red circle. I wish I could kind of zoom in a little bit better, but I haven't figured out that whole zoom part of the screen in. So it's probably part of OBS Studio, and I've got to set that up so I can zoom in. But what this is it shows like a little caricature of your figure, and then it shows a red circle around it. And when you click on that, okay, now this figure is locked. So if I were to go into parameters, let's go into, okay, let's turn on L to turn the lights on a little bit. Now, if I select his arm, okay, I'm in mesh grabber mode. I had to fix his hair. So if I select his arm and try to bend it or twist it, well, okay, I think I locked Z. I think I locked the wrong thing. Okay, so let's go try this again. I don't know what I just locked, but okay, now I shouldn't be able to rotate his arm. Please tell me. Yeah, see, now notice there's locks on all of these. So it's not going to let me move it front or back or bend it or do anything. It locked everything. And why why you'd want to lock the whole figure, maybe you've got them in a pose and you just don't want to mess it up. I don't know. So if you keep selecting the figure and doing so. So, all right, so we're going to go here, and now we go down here to the green one, which is unlock all bones. And I think I have to select Fox again to do that. And we'll go back here and unlock all bones. So let's try this now with, okay, what's kind of making sense now? I don't know. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to lock the lower body so we can test this out. All right, so now from his waist down, apparently this program knows if you have a Genesis 8 figure, or a Genesis 8.1 figure, or a Genesis 9. When you select it and you go to this menu here, and you click on one of them, it looks and says, oh, this is a Genesis 8 figure, so I have to lock these bones, okay? Because they have different names for the parts of their body. They have different parts of the body, and like the jaw and expressions and all that stuff. So now I don't see anything here for the face, which is kind of sad. Store, okay, because I see arm and feet, but I don't see anything that says, okay, lock head pose controls. Okay, unlock head pose controls. So basically, that's really nice, though, that you at least have this, so that if you're putting if you have their face expression like kind of set up already, and you want to put a different pose on them, but you don't want that pose to come along with an expression and change their face, you can lock the head pose, and I believe that would be expression. I don't know why it says head pose instead of, because this is lock head and neck, okay? So lock head pose, and then it's got something drawn around their face. So that we should probably play with that as well, okay? So to see if we can put a pose on that comes with an expression and doesn't change their face, okay? So we're going to play around with a lot of this stuff here. And I haven't been able to do these Daz 3D posts. I don't get paid for this channel. And when I work on this channel, I'm not working on my other channel. Like right now, I should be creating a song from my Flock of Angels channel because I get paid for that channel. And Daz doesn't pay me. YouTube doesn't pay me. I've been working on this channel for 6 years, okay? And I don't get paid for it. So I've been working with 3D art on YouTube, never gotten paid a dime for it. So this channel may be dying, okay? It just might be kind of dying. And, and I could say, well, donate to my Patreon. Well, you'd have to donate a lot, okay, to make it worthwhile for me to want to continue. So, but I'm doing this video because, there's a part of me that says, I'm doing this to teach people to do stuff, but I'm also doing it to so that I can't pay my rent, So that's what's going. That's why. So this channel, I just might not one day just stop coming in here, okay? So and stop making 3D art. I'm being kind of pushed out of it because it doesn't get saved, it doesn't get shared. So, all right. So here we are. So let's now go. It just kind of made. So now I don't have to go back to this product again, because all of the different everything that's associated with this product, probably even the manual, yeah, there's even the help files, so somewhere they're in here, okay? There you'll find there's help files and all that stuff. They're all in here. Okay, the documentation. Let's see, let's go in here. All files. In info, so the UPMP, so this is the ultimate this would be info basic, pops up the small base tips, does not replace full documentation. And this is, I believe, the full documentation in global interface, pose mixer global interface. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. And process lists. And that's so there are a couple of things that I don't see up here. They're probably here, but they're okay. No, they are here. This is the info basic pop up, and this is the PDF. And so everything that's in here is all up in this now. Once you install it, when you install the menus and tools, okay. So, all right. So now what we're going to do is go to poses. We have his lower part of his body locked. So now here's some Genesis 9 poses. And his leg, so he's just going to go into the pose and his legs are going to stay stiff like that, okay? Because they're locked. Well, you see, it didn't work. So let's undo this. Go back up into here. Oh, I might have turned it off. Instead, I might have selected the wrong one. Okay, so let's see. Lock lower body. Okay, let's try again. And it does work. I just did it wrong. Okay, so there we go. So his legs didn't move, only his upper body. This is really nice that we can just now move his upper body. Now, this will work with all of my converted poses as well. So now I have in here, I have a bunch of converted poses. These are, see, this says Genesis 3 and 8 to 9 poses. So all of these poses in here have been converted from Genesis 3 and Genesis 8 to Genesis 9. And so we have demon poses. So it's going to work with all of these poses. So, yeah. Now, it's still not moving his lower body, and these look all kind of twisted and mangled because they're demon poses. Apparently, he's debonair, okay, for Darius. Okay, they don't always work perfectly, but they're pretty close. And this one, and it looks pretty darn close as well. This is with a sitting pose, but he's still standing. So, and this is a real test. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll go, if I see if I can get all these poses done and get him back to there. That's his A pose again. So it's easy enough to just go in here to our tools and unlock the lower body. Okay, it's unlocked. Now let's lock the upper body. Lock the upper body. And why this is important is because the Genesis 9 figure has different names for for the spine, okay? And so if it didn't know this was Genesis 9, it wouldn't be able to lock those parts because they have different names in Genesis 8. So this is going to be now, so if his upper body stays in one place and only his lower body moves, and it did, okay? His upper body is still stayed in one place. It's just his lower body that's moved. Okay, so because his torso is moving, it's moving him around. But as you can see from his first spine all the way up, and his head and neck and arms, none of them are moving. See. So this works. Okay, so then the same thing works here when you want to. So we'll go and back into here, and we'll go to the upper body, and we'll unlock the upper body. So now he's back. And as you can see, now we can put him into a full pose. Okay. And that works. He's supposed to have his arm on like something. So we undo this. Z, Control Z. And so now let's lock everything but his arms. Okay. So we go to here. We have him selected. And we just want to lock. Okay, so you lock all bones. Okay. Then you go down here and you go unlock, let's see. Unlock left arm. Unlock right arm, and then we go here, and I think we might have to do hands. Unlock left hand, and unlock right hand. So now when we put this pose on him, it's only going to do his arms. It didn't change it changed his shoulders, and it changed his fingers all the way from his shoulders here. It doesn't change his torso or any of that, or his neck or head. It just changes his arms. And this one just changes his arms and hands. See, so now we can do this, and we'll go undo these all. And you see what this allows you to do without this pose mixer, okay? Let's go here and I'll show you what you have without this. So we unlock all bones, okay? And what you have without this is you'd have to go in and lock things individually, lock each finger, lock all of this stuff, lock the shoulders, lock the twist of the shoulder, the front back of the shoulder shoulder blade. You'd have to and you'd have to change the bend of the shoulder blade and the twist of the shoulder blade. You'd have to do each one of them separately, okay? And instead I can just click and say lock the arm or lock the hand. And what that does is now if you see that if I take this figure and I put him in a pose like this pose, see, it does everything on his body. And supposing that I'd like to use this top pose with this bottom pose, okay? So I can put him in this pose, and then I can come here and lock the upper body, and then put the bottom pose. Well, it didn't work too well because of the pelvis thing, but I did put him in that lower pose, and then I can come up here and unlock all bones, and then kind of just come in here and bend his chest up a little bit. Well, it was supposed to unlock. I guess I got the wrong thing selected. Edit, unlock all bones. There we go. Now we can select his abdomen here. Well, it's not unlocked, Tim. Fox, come on. Oh, that's lock all. Okay, unlock all bones. You have to use the program right or it won't work. Okay, which is kind of good that it actually works when it's supposed to. And then I can just kind of bring this part up and go side to side a little bit. And you see, now I've taken, and you see, when you buy these poses, you buy the whole pose, and you're stuck with the whole pose. And so this product allows you to lock whatever part, even if you just want his toes to be shaped a certain way like another pose, you can lock his whole body and then just unlock his foot, or unlock his hand. So I can take now and say, well, I like this pose here with this hand, but I want to go here and say lock all bones, or we got to go back and select Fox again. And we go lock all bones like this. Okay, now every bone is locked in his body, and all the twist, rotate, and bend, and front, back, all of them are all locked. And then we come here and unlock his right hand. Right hand, okay? So now I can come into these poses and say, just change this. And notice how it just changed his right hand. Let's do this one. See that? And say, I can just say, well, I just want the right hand to do something else. I don't want it to do that. And you see, and so it's only, so I can extract that information out of that pose. And so what this does is, instead of having thousands of poses on your in your library, you have millions, okay? Because you can extrapolate any part of a pose and combined it with another pose. And this is massively exciting, okay? Because now what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of Fox, okay? And we're going to put in a Genesis. Let's try Genesis 8.1. Okay, well, Z, first of all, I want to do something. And we're going to take and lock all of him. Okay, we're going to lock all bones. And then I'm going to take my camera. I have my camera locked as well, so I can't move it. Well, what we'll do is we'll move Fox ahead. We can still move him. We just can't move anything on his body. But I can take and move him ahead a little bit. All right, let's take a look at his face. We'll rotate him. All right, so we can see his face. Okay. And we'll move him over X. So he's in the middle. And let's see what he looks like in Iray. So he looks pretty good. I took him out of the light and all, but he looks pretty good. He doesn't have any facial hair. He needs some stubble or something. I don't know if he's as cute as his friend. He comes with two. They come with two of them. And now, so what we're going to do is we're going to take Fox. Well, let's go here and zoom out a little bit. Let's look through our camera, no, through our spotlight. And let's put the spotlight on him, okay, because it's pointing in the wrong direction. Let's go back here so that he's not in the dark, so we can kind of see his face a little bit. Okay, that works. All right, now let's go back to our camera. Now let's see if he's lit up a little bit. Yeah, he's lit up a lot. So let's take that down a little bit. So we go to parameters and down here, and we'll just try it with take a couple. We'll take it down even a little bit. We'll go to 5. Drop some of the illums a little bit. That's okay, I guess. He does need some. So, all right. Now, so let's hide this spotlight display. Visible in viewport. Yeah, so now we can't see all those rays coming down for the spotlight. Let's look at him a little better. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on, let's move him back just a little bit more. So we, Fox, Z, up this way. So we can just see a little more of him. Okay, his head, his whole head. All right, so what we're going to do is lock everything, okay, which I already did, I think, lock all bones. And then we're going to see if we can just get his, it says head, unlock head pose controls. This is important because there's I have a lot of head pose controls, okay? So now when we go here to content, let's look up expression. Let's go to, make sure we have Fox selected and make sure we filter by context. And we're going to look up expression. Default. Yeah, and these should work. These are for Genesis 9. Let's see if it changes his expression but doesn't change his face. See if his expression shouldn't work. Should work. Because yes, they did. They're not working too great, but they're working. Z. So now let's try locking his expression. Let's go up here and test this and see. Now if we lock head pose controls, all right, and now we try to put that same expression on his face. See, it didn't work. See, now we go, let's try it again. Let's try a different one. Okay, see, it didn't work. Now if I go into scripts, into this V3 digitimes, and let's unlock head pose controls. See, this is important because sometimes you don't want his expression touched. You just like the expression that he has. So now we unlocked it. Oh, maybe I didn't unlock it. Let's see. unlock head pose controls. Here we go. See? So now we have this smug little look. And unimpressed. Look, this is Julius Caesar expressions. So, and we can go in here now to his face controls, okay, his head controls, and we can dial some of his morphs down a little bit on his head. So this basically, so to take a little bit of fox out of him, some of his head shapes, so those work as well. So what this does, okay, Z. So this is a test to see how these things work. Z. And that is with no, okay, so that's with no expression. We'll take this down a little bit. And let's try some different expressions. Okay, I just dialed a little bit of Fox's head out of his head, so he's not, it's kind of like a little exaggerated looking. So, all right, now we go up to here. We got some other expressions here. These are all Genesis 9, or they wouldn't show up here. And let's try this one. Argue. So they don't always, expressions don't always translate from one figure to the other very well. They're kind of meant for this guy's face, but they work a little bit. They get you in the ballpark, and then you kind of have to mess with them from there. Now, these Michael ones, these ones are Michael 9. They might work pretty well. Notice how this is going to move his eyes into a different position. It's supposed to. Yeah, and see, it did. So it moved them over. That's kind of nice. I knew these Michael ones would work really well with him compared to some of the others, because Michael's kind of like a central character, where here's another one. He kind of looks upset, looking up and aside. So, yeah, he's a bit perturbed. So we have that. And we have some more here. This is Michael 9. Some more Michael 9 expressions. These you have to buy to get them. Let's see what this one looks like. He may very well have been built on Michael 9. And they're not bad. I mean, so let's undo this. Let's see. Let's get one where his eyes are kind of off to looking in a different direction, maybe. Well, none of them seem to have. They all seem to be looking straight ahead. Well, this one's where his eyes kind of crooked off. That one kind of does. Silly face. So it does throw his eyes off a little bit. So it's kind of interesting. And his tongue, we got a tongue. His tongue is sticking out. So he needs a beard. So Z. So, but I think I'm going to be taking him out of the scene for now anyway, because we're going to now work with another, we're going to go to a Genesis 8.1 character, and let's see how, if this will lock it, these same things. We'll go through the same things, the Genesis 8 poses and all of that. So let's go here now to products, default, figures. And we'll get rid of pose mixer. We don't need that. We're going to scroll down far enough until we can. There's our Jacques. Let's use him. And I think what I've got to do is, all right, we're going to put default. Where is our figure? Here is him, actor. Okay, and I'm going to go over here. And I'm just going to turn off my screen for a moment until Jacques comes in and I can put some underwear on him. It just keeps my channel a little family friendly. So try to keep it that way. So all right, so I need another drink of water. Let's see what we've got here. My room is a little bit hot right now. I turned on my space heater because it got cold last night and went down to about 45 outside. And okay, so I'll be done in a moment. We're gonna put some shorts on Jacques here in a moment. As soon as he pops into the scene. He's not here yet. And so then we're going to lock his upper half, lock his lower half, put some poses on, see if his upper half moves properly, if his lower half moves properly. Then we're going to lock his face and lock his body, leave his face unlocked, and try some different expressions. Lock his face, see if the expressions still, it's still loading. Okay. It takes a while. I have so many Genesis 8 figures, and I don't use Turbo Loader because it's very complicated to use. And all right, so there's Jacques. And we have to put some underwear on him. And then we can start with underwear, Genesis 8 briefs. Okay, and now we can come back in here. All right, we'll turn Elgato back on. All right, so we got Jacques here, and then we're going to go to 0, 9. We're going to go out of Iray so I can move Jacques ahead. Well, we're going to keep him like this for now so that we can try some of these poses on him now. See, what's nice is that I don't have to go and have all these icons for different products, that if this one product works for all of them, I just can use this one product for Genesis 8.1, Genesis 8, Genesis 9, Genesis 3, Genesis 2, and Genesis. I don't know if I'm going to get to trying all of these out and seeing if they work, but I may go as far as Genesis 8, maybe Genesis 3. We'll see. We'll just try a few things with them. Okay, so let's now go up to our thing here, and let's lock his lower body. Okay, we got his lower body. Now we're going to go to poses, and we're going to find something casual for him, just to see that his lower body is locked and that his upper body is not locked. Okay, so something that's quite evident. Let's say dance. Here we go. All right, poses, modern dance. Here we go, Jacques. Let's see. Is your lower body not locked? And yeah, so his lower body didn't move, but his upper body, he's kind of ugly the way he looks right now. I don't have the light on him or anything. I'm going to move him ahead when we do the expression. So yeah, so he's doing all these dance moves, but his lower body is staying perfectly in the same place. He has a beautiful physique. So yeah, Jacques is one of the most beautiful figures. He just needs needs to be set up a little bit. Okay, so we'll go Z, Z. Let's get him back into the A pose. Z. Okay, so his upper body, you would expect the upper body to work right because these poses were made for Genesis 8. Well, these were made for Genesis 8, but they work with Genesis 8.1 because Genesis 8 and 8.1 have the same like names for their back bones and all. So now we're going to go back to here to this, and we're going to lock all bones. We'll lock all of Jacques. Make sure I got this right. We'll do it again. Lock all bones. And then we unlock the lower body. This is kind of confusing. Unlock lower body. And so what that means is that this script is in control of making sure all of the upper body bones are locked. Now, if it doesn't work right, and I apply the pose, the upper body will move, okay, with the lower pose. Now, so now we have, we're going to take and select Jacques. His lower body should be unlocked. Let's see what happens. His upper body should just stay stiff. Okay, I've done something wrong. Let's go here to unlock low. I think I locked the lower body. Unlock lower body. Okay, let's try this again. This even confuses me. Yeah, and so now you can see that, let's go out of Iray, that you can see that his upper body is still in the A pose, but his lower body, Z, let's undo that. Okay, so now we'll try another pose. Nothing in his upper body moved. So this works. And we could do the hands. Let's lock. Now let's go here. Let's lock all bones. And then we unlock left hand. And I'm not going to do them separately. We'll just do them together. And right hand. Unlock right hand. Okay, so now everything should stay locked except his hands. I think both hands moved. They sure did. So these are dance gestures with the hands. Oh, that's beautiful right there. It almost makes that A pose look elegant. It's very beautiful. So these dance poses, I absolutely love these. This is modern dance poses for Genesis 8 male. And you can convert these poses to use with Genesis 9. They are beautiful. Okay, so that's Jacques. He is Genesis 8.1. So we're going to take him out. Okay, we have one more thing to do with him. And that is to, we have to take Jacques and lock his face. So we're going to lock all bones. And then we're going to go here and unlock head pose controls. And then we're going to go to expressions and see if we can get Jacques to give us some expression. Okay, so we go to default, go to files, expression, and I might have to go to Genesis 8.1. I think 8.1 has different expressions than Genesis 8. So we got to wait for them to pop up. Here we go. So this should change. Let's first lock his expressions and make sure that when we lock all bones, these expressions shouldn't work. Okay, that didn't work. That didn't. Oh, what's going on here? Z. Okay, let's try this again. Jacques. Lock all bones. Let's try to go and lock the face bones too. Lock head pose controls. Okay. Let's hope this works. Now he shouldn't make a face. Okay, he didn't. So that may not lock his face bones by just locking the whole body. Okay, so none of these are working. Now we go into here and let's unlock head pose controls and see if we got some expressions now. Well, that did. So, all right. So, and let's try this one. Yeah, it's a kind of a smirk, smile, a little bit of a smile. It's like, hello. All right. Z. So what we're going to do now is we're going to unlock his face. Unlock head pose controls. And then we're going to go and lock his whole body again and see if... So the head pose controls are independent of the lock all. Okay, when it says lock all bones. Okay, so we go lock all bones. And I bet his face is still going to change. Which means... that it's independent. Yeah, so it's Z, it's independent. You have to go in and lock all bone. If you want everything locked so that it doesn't, then you have to come in here and lock. Now it says lock pose controls. Okay, so unlock selected bones in children. Unlock selected bones. So you may be able to, so this is kind of interesting here. So where you can select a certain thing like his upper neck and then go here. So we could unlock this. Unlock all bones. Unlock face head pose controls. I guess that does everything for pose controls. And then we can come in here and change his neck, like neck, and we can twist his neck, and we can go side to side like this, like that. And we can go the lower neck. We'll select them both. We'll go side to side like this. Bend. Let's do it so we have something that looks kind of extreme. Okay. So now we have those both selected, and we go here to lock selected bones in children. Locked at selected bones only. All right. So now we have that locked, and if we put him in another pose, let's find a pose here for him. And let's try this pose. His neck should just kind of stay like, yeah, it does. It doesn't move. It doesn't change. He's supposed to be looking straight ahead, but it's a way of just locking. the upper neck. And well, I'm not sure how well that's working, but well, let's take a look at this parameters. Yeah, see, they're locked for the neck, the lower neck, and there's the head also. So it would go for children also, like the head. If you did the children, it would do the head and all of the upper teeth and all the right eye, everything. If you do the children, so this is a way, because if you notice when you go in here, you have lock head and neck, you have lock arm. What if you want to lock, instead of doing the whole arm, you just want to lock this part of the arm so it can't twist, it can't bend, it can't go side to side. So you just want that part locked. So this is all a very, it's simple when you think of the concept, okay? But when you say, okay, well, what if he's holding on to like a piece of fabric somewhere, okay? And you don't want his hand to move, but if you change his whole pose, it's going to change the position of where his hand is. Yes, it's still going to have that pose on his hand, but it's going to, because the hand is attached to the whole body, and it's going to move the hand wherever the body goes, okay? So there's another program where you can take a speck off of, like a square off of the hand, and you can match that square with something it's touching. So you can lock the hand, but you can also take a piece of the hand and lock it to a place so that if you put a pose on him, it's not going to move that hand. It might twist it, the whole arm a little bit. It might throw it off, but it's going to stay right there at that thing. And that's a different program, okay? But this is this is the one that helps you lock the poses, okay? I believe, I'm just going to kind of guess that this is all working, so maybe we'll just do one. We'll throw a Genesis 3 figure in here. Let's take Jacques out, and we'll go, and because Genesis 8 is very similar to Genesis 8.1, so you probably, and the thing is that Genesis, there are so many. What's nice, I mean, I bought the other program I bought the one for Genesis 8.1, the pose mixer, and I bought the pose mixer for Genesis 8, and now we have the pose mixer for Genesis 9, and it works for Genesis 8, and so basically I bought all of that stuff, and now those are no longer. And anybody else who goes out and buys this only has to, if they didn't buy the other ones, all you've got to do, don't make the mistake of buying the one for Genesis 8 and 8.1 and Genesis 3 and Genesis, okay? Because this one works for all of them, and so you don't have to. I've done that many times, bought things in the store and found out that the Pro was better than the Advanced, and so I end up buying the Advanced and finding out, oh, the Advanced isn't as good as the Pro, which you already own. But, then I think about how nice Daz Studio has been to me, how many deals that they've given me on so much stuff. So I don't go back to them and say, I want my money back, so I just don't, because it's like looking a gift horse in the mouth. They have been so nice to me, and they're nice to everybody. They will give you deals. I've bought like hundreds of scenes just for $1 each, and when they were like $20 each, things like that. clothing articles, and just you wait. Almost everything I've bought has always been on an 80% sale. They are just amazing. So this is nice. I forgot I bought this as different alternate shapes. Oh, that's right. For Julius, you have a young Julius and an adult Julius. I love that they did that here. So yeah, look at the young Julius. Look how beautiful he is. So yep, he is beautiful. So they not been too thrilled with some of the male characters coming out lately. They're just kind of too ugly. Daz, you gotta make those characters. You gotta tell them to go back and make them look better. Okay, they're just, if you want people to buy the male characters, they can't look goofy and weird. Okay. If you want people to buy the male characters, they've got to look good. And like this right here is very nice. Well, okay, this is Genesis 9. I wonder if I can cancel this. I don't think I can. So this is going to be Julius. So what I'm going to do is I don't think I can cancel this. So I'm going to go up here. And we'll wait until Julius comes in. No, we're going to wait for the program to respond. Okay. So I'll go in here. I'm going to turn off my Elgato so that because Julius is going to come in his birthday suit. So we're going to I'm going to put in, because I think Genesis 3 is going to be interesting, because there's a lot of stuff for Genesis 3. There's like a ton of stuff for Genesis 8. So I really doubt that they would make any mistakes in this program. There might be some weird mistakes where you go to freeze the hand of something and it just doesn't work, and they'll put an update for it if there is anything. If somebody finds out that it just doesn't work to freeze the hand of a Genesis 8 character or whatever, or something, you select it and try to freeze it, and it doesn't work. So they'll eventually, if there are any problems in it, okay. So I think it did cancel it. It put it in and try to put, oh, no, it didn't. There's Julius right there. And, okay, so let's get rid of the Julius. And we're going to go now with a Genesis 3 character. Let's see what we got here. We're going to go to figures. Figures. Well, I can turn this on while I look through the figures. Okay, so we're going to go up here. While I look through the figures, we're going to go down here. We're at the Genesis 8 ones. And let's see if we can get down to Genesis 3. Genesis 8. Genesis 3. Come on. Figures. There's Michael. I wonder if Michael works. Let's put Michael in and see if he works. I have a ton of poses for Michael. Let's put Michael in. Michael 4. Okay, except I love Michael. Michael 4. I just absolutely adore Michael 4. There's something about him, and it's just too bad that that they don't give us a Michael 4 for Genesis 8. You know, it would just be nice to have. And I do have like a Michael 4 for Genesis 8, but it's kind of weird. I always forget how to. I think I have a head that I can morph to his head. To Genesis 9, actually, I think. I'm not sure. But it's just mainly the head of Michael. So, but it's also his textures, the way they fit on his body. There's something about, like, he has this like little border around his lips that's kind of very attractive. And well, you'll see when he comes in. So, all right, I have to go back here and turn this off. Oh no, I think Michael comes in with shorts on. If he doesn't, well, sorry, but I think he comes in with shorts on. And if I want him without shorts, you go in and change some maps. Yeah, he comes in with shorts. Yeah, see there's something about his face. Michael is just beautiful as is. So, all right, so let's see if this works with Michael, okay? Now, if you notice, Michael is not in an A pose. He's in a T pose, okay? So, I love how this works. I just wish that I could just take this guy and he would be Genesis 9. That's what I would like to have, is this Michael who's Genesis 9, okay? You know, I'd pay $100 for that, you know? I would pay $100 for this Michael, Genesis 9. So, yeah, it's too bad that they can't just use AI or something and say, turn him to Genesis 9, period. And the skin, everything, it's just Genesis 9. And then I could just leave all the Michael stuff behind and have Michael as in Genesis 9. So we want his skin, we want everything, his eyes, we want his shape of everything, just Genesis 9. So, all right, so now we're going to try to use this and see what happens. It says lock all bones. So we're going to lock all bones. All right, first, let's go to parameters. And you see, I don't see anything locked here. Michael, don't really see anything locked. So we locked all bones, and then we go to, let's just do it again, just in case. Maybe the second time is a charm. And then we go unlock lower body. And now let's go to poses. So we got some poses here. Oh. Look at that. It works. Z. Michael, you're amazing. Let's look at him in Iray, just to gaze on how beautiful he is. Michael is so beautiful. Yeah, and he's just one of the old, God, he must be like 10 or 15 years old. And he just holds his own in many, many, many ways. There's just something incredibly beautiful. But his bones they turn in different ways, and his geometry is all in pieces and all patchwork together, and his skin is the same thing. It's patched to different geometry, and it's so complicated. The shape, the geometry in his face, they all have different, like, geometry in the chicken wire, so to speak, in the lattice. It's all different geometry. Everything it's like a complicated mess to try and bring him in to. All right, so now we have him selected. So let's take and just flip this around. This is amazing. So that would means that for ladies, it would work for. So we're gonna lock all bones. Okay, make sure everything's locked, and then we'll unlock the upper body. And look at that. legs stay the same. Legs don't move one bit. This is nice. See, so this works really well. See, it's like I would use Michael more, but the problem is Genesis 8 hair doesn't work on him. Genesis 8.1, Genesis 9 hair doesn't work. Genesis 8 clothes don't work on him. And that's like everything. It's just, I have so much clothing and I have so little clothes for Michael. You know, basically that underwear is all Daz made for him. And everything was made for Victoria, you know. So she has all these ruffly dresses and pantsuits and lingerie and everything, every kind of hair in the world, okay? And Michael, they just basically ignored him. Didn't do anything for him. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm telling you that's the way it is. So this is very exciting. This program works with Michael. So that means that, and it's like the thing is that what they did make a lot of, because what they do with the male figures in the store, they say, well, we're not going to come out with any clothes and everything, but just to make it look like we're doing something, that we're doing something for the male figures, because, you know, like there's that sexist bias that goes on there with they just don't do stuff for the male figures. It's a big culture. It's a kind of biased, sexist culture that's there, all right? And so just to make it seem like they're doing something, they'll put out some male poses, like is the easiest thing. Just twist the body and then put it out and say, oh, see, we made some male products, okay? They're poses. And so poses for the males. Oh, that happened to also work for the females too. So, yeah, but so the... but it's just their way of kind of doing stuff that works with the male. Look at that. Just that is, he's just, I have put Michael, sometimes you can just put him in a scene and there's something magical about him. There's just something absolutely, him on a chair. Look, he's just so alive. There's just something amazing. That's the zeroed pose. Just absolutely. I'm just so enamored by Michael. Just everything about him. He's just ready to go. He's just ready to use. It's just something about the shape of his face. None of the other even the Genesis 8 figures, 9 figures, just don't have something that he has. I don't know what it is, but he's just ready to go. He's got hair. His hair, you don't have to do anything to him. He's got body hair. He's got hair on his head. He's got eyebrows that look like they work with him. I mean, they're all painted on, okay? They're not fiber mesh like Genesis 9, but they work. I mean, they just miraculously work so well. So, okay, enough of that. So, Michael, we love you. All right, so if Michael works, then you can get bet, because if they did it for Michael, they definitely did it for Genesis, Genesis 2, Genesis 3, Genesis 8, Genesis 8.1, and Genesis 9. So this program, even if you have to pay full price for it, it's right here. You can lock any part and then just put the pose on, change their arm, change their hand gesture, and save yourself a ton of time. This is a definite buy. And like I said, don't fall into the trap thinking you got to buy the one for Genesis 8 and the one for Genesis 8.1 and the one for Genesis 3 and 2 and Genesis and Michael. You just need this product, and it works for all of them. And it's amazing. And there's a ton of work that went into this. And the thing is that you got this also, this for expressions. Now, let's bring Michael back for a minute. And let's zoom. Let's try his expressions. I don't know if Michael, if there, I know you can put expressions on his face, but I don't know that he came with expressions. I'm not. Something tells me that it was before you could buy actual expressions. But let me see. So we're going to take and go to parameters, and we're going to zoom him ahead a little bit. Bring him in up close. Okay. And then we'll zoom him over a little bit. We'll turn him. All right. See what I mean about how his lips have this kind of line around them that's very attractive? It's just something incredibly real about him. Now he's way under the light and all, so the light is really drawing a lot out of him, but we'll take the spotlight down a little bit. It's either that or darken his skin. Yeah, so it's still even up close like this. It works very well. We'll go with 9 here. Okay, there we go. And I mean, there are other eyes for him, and also, but there's just so precious little for Michael. Okay, it was all made for Victoria, everything. And unless you want to put him in a dress, there's nothing for him really. It's too bad that they. I own just about everything, every bit of clothing that they ever made for him, and it's here. Look at this. This is it for Michael, and he was out for for a couple of years maybe. He was the guy, and I own everything that was made for him, and just about every single thing. This is accessories. Let's go to wardrobe. Yeah, this is it. It's kind of pathetic. It's pathetic what they did to him. They just basically, they ruined an entire era of 3D, okay, through bias, okay? So, and they're still doing it. They did it with Genesis 8, and they did a lot more for Genesis 8 than they did, and they did it for but it's, it's still a huge bias when it comes to comparing it with the female characters that they just that's just putting out all these extravagant dresses and these head dresses and all this, and it kind of desensitizes you because you see so much stuff for the females that you just kind of like block it out because it's just way too much. There's no variety. There's no kind of balance. So that's the way I see it. So menswear. So we could go and we have to put these things on. So what we're doing is we're looking now at expressions. So let's select all. This would be all products. I know we go to files. And look, these look like expressions. So I guess there are expressions all. We go to all files. And so we've got to set him up for this. So we go to here. And I guess we lock all bones. And then we go here and unlock head pose controls. Well, let's first lock the head pose controls. Lock head pose controls. And this is what I have for expressions for Michael. I mean, out of everything, and I bought everything I could find. So we got these things. Okay, so this looks like it didn't work. Okay, so we're going to go back here and we'll try it again. Maybe I did the wrong thing. We're going to lock head pose controls. See, so no, this doesn't work. Okay. Not sure why, but Z. I think his face probably is more expressive also than Genesis 9. See, it just kind of works better. Even though this is for this brute guy. So, yeah, this is it. This is what we have for Michael, is unfortunately. Now, I think if I were to put... No, then this just gives us everything, and they don't work. None of those would work at all with Michael. He's just too different of a critter. So, and you know, the thing is that when Michael was made, it was a time probably when there were a lot of artists who specialized in male art. And this was before they were all kind of driven out. And that's why you have Michael, who was just like a masterpiece. Okay, look at the hair painted here. That hair looks so real, and it's so perfectly done. And look at the chest hair and his skin hair and the stubble on his face. And like I said, that little kind of line that goes around his lips. There's this like kind of feature that he has that's just really beautiful. And his eyes aren't incredibly realistic. They've really improved on eyes and all, but that's because I don't know that his maps are actually 4K. They might be standard def or so. I don't know that they are actually 4K, and that's probably if they were 4K, then he would have more realism, especially with his eyes. So it looks like the expressions now, let's go here to this, let's select him again. Maybe I have to select something down in here. No, it would be this right here, Michael. And you go to this, and so it doesn't, okay. Lock pose controls. Okay, and so we just try to lock them like that. No, see, it's still, so it would appear, I don't know how much of all these, like if you try to unlock or try to select his neck and lock just his neck, or if those things will work, but it would appear that the poses work. So when we go back here, let's double check our work. That's the way you do stuff, is you double check it. So we go back here. And now, so the thing is Michael does come with a lot of poses. I believe Victoria came with many, many more. And I think Victoria's poses work on Michael. I don't know. Maybe they don't, but maybe it was Genesis that happened. where the Genesis male and female were like the same kind of base figure. And so you could, what good is that? They still make, that they're just making all these dresses and all this stuff that you can't use on your male figure anyway. And then what did they do? They make like Helga armor, like all this stuff for female armor. It's like even the male stuff is made for the female and not the male, it's like, oh, well, we have to make women appear strong. Okay, well, it's like, well, then why don't we just put the men in a dress then? Does that make you happy? Because not all men really like that, so it's not that some don't, but most men don't, and so even if they, have, a different sexual preference, they still enjoy their masculinity. All right. So, okay. So we go into here and we lock all bones, and then we unlock let's just unlock the left arm. Okay, and see what happens when we go into poses. Pose. All right. See, look at all the poses I have for Michael. Well, I mean, I bought, so yeah. They just said, oh, well, we'll just make poses for him so it seems like we're doing something for the male, okay? So here, let's see what happens. Only his arm should move. Yeah, so the only thing that doesn't work right now that I'm seeing is the expression lock for the face. Now, so everything's staying still except just his arm. So that's a nice pose. Look how his eye, like over this, the eye kind of droops down a little over his eyelash. Yeah. He was made so perfectly. Just really was. I just don't, there's something inside of me that cries, that just kind of, that looks at this bygone time, this time when that is no more and it will never be, and just says, wouldn't it be nice if he had a lot of clothing and a lot of different hair, and I could just use him in things. And that's, I put him in a scene, I'll get him all posed, and it's like there's nothing to put on him. There's no clothes for him, and then they sell these products that are like, well, you can convert all your Michael clothing to Genesis 8, and it's like, what Michael clothing? And the guy who made the program was upset because nobody bought his Michael 4 converter. It's like, that's because there's nothing to convert. Okay? They didn't make any Michael 4 clothes, so you wasted your time. So, and if you're upset with anybody, don't be upset with your customers, okay? Because they didn't buy it because were not given Michael 4 clothing, okay? Be upset with the male bias that comes out, and it's still at the Daz store, okay? So if you're going to be upset with them, be upset with them. Put that blame squarely where it belongs. Okay, so this is really nice. At least you can take a part of a pose, which you can see I think I have a ton more poses. This is a lot of poses. I have a ton more poses than are what even in here. They all work. They all move. They just isolate his arm. So this is really nice. This program is very worth buying for, look at that. And you see, even the poses. Now, the thing is that I have something here called, so now I can come in here and just unlock all bones. And then if I put him in a pose, he's just going to, the whole pose is going to pose. Okay, so he'll just do the whole pose here. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah. And you'll notice that the poses, the same thing with this, they did, these old artists, they didn't have a ton of clothing. It was hard to make clothing back then, like really hard to make. They didn't have all kinds of modelers and stuff to make them in. So the people who made the clothing, they were superb, you know, like artists. They were really good artists. But the thing is that there were only a few of them. And so they spent most of their time making poses because it was just an easier thing to learn to do, to pose the figures. And so these really good artists, it's the same people that are clothing makers today. They finally learned how to make clothing. And they're great artists. They made poses back then. And the poses they made are just absolutely, they're better than today's poses. There's something more natural about the Michael poses than and the Victoria poses. So they're just there's something more thought out, more considered. Like, look at that. This looks like, you know, a famous painting, you know. This is a beautiful pose, and it's just every gesture of his fingers and the exact position of everything is just, and the way his head is tilted down and all, it's so beautiful. It really, really is. So I guess that's going to do it for me. So I would say it's not a deal breaker that the expressions that the expressions don't go with him. And now this is with this turned off. I mean, look at this pose. See, there's just something incredibly magical about the way they did the poses back then. So if you take a Michael pose and you convert these poses, which you can, to Genesis 9, that artistry translates to your Genesis 9 figures. So getting a Michael so I recommend, and they're like $1 each for a whole pose set. When they're on sale, you can go in and just buy a ton. And I have a lot of poses that I don't think are even here right now. Just look at this. See this? It's just amazing. These poses are. They really are. I think they took them from like famous paintings and stuff. They're so well made. And right down to every last detail. So it's worth it to buy the Michael poses and convert them to the sitting pose, driving, riding in a car, Yeah. So it's worth it to take these poses, and also the female poses, to buy them as well, because sometimes you want a male to be flamboyant, and just putting a female pose on it, that does it. It just gives the male a flamboyant instantly. He looks flamboyant, and so because the female poses were made very, very well back then as well, so they capture the feminine gestures, and that moved him somewhere far away. I don't know where it was. Let's come back, Michael. So this is a waiter thing. Okay, that's moved him again. Some of these have position stuff. So all right, that's going to do it for me. So my recommendation is buy this Ultimate Pose Mixer. If you're just coming into this video, go back, watch the beginning, buy the pose. I got it on sale. I only paid about $6 for it, okay, for the Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro. And it is Pro, and I'm just scratching the surface of it, because there's these general tools where you can. All right, there's one of them that I wanted to see about. Mirror, okay. Mirror left to the right, unlocked only. Okay. So let's he's unlocked. Okay. This is what's interesting, is you can mirror. This mirror is another swap right on. Swap them. Okay. So. Okay, that just mirrored his arms. And so these are things that are much harder to do. Take care, Angus. I will see you again soon. Thank you for hanging out with me. I won't be here much longer. I'm about done with this video. So thank you for sitting through as long as you did, my dear friend. So you take care. Take care. Have a lovely rest of your day. Now, I don't know what this alter is at all. So alter right leg. So, but I'll look that up at some point. You can find out more about this. Once you get the product, just read the manual if you want to learn a little more about it. But I think I've pretty much given you a good idea of how this works. And now I want to just swap mirror Y, trunk bones. Okay, so let's swap trunk ignored. Swap unlock bones, and it ignores the trunk. All right, I need to unlock my camera. Favorites, most used. Okay, it's unlocked the camera. Let's move it up now and see what we got here. Let's move him into the, look at the physique on him. Now the Michael, let's move him back a little bit. Parameters. Z. Moving back to the center of the scene so we can see what we're doing here. Okay, I gotta sneeze. Okay, I think I'm back. Yeah, I hope I was able to. Okay, now I've got stuff in the way here. Foliage. All right, so we bring him back, okay. And now let's do some swapping here. So these will work the same respectively for, now maybe the swap isn't working that well. The mirror for Michael. Mirror, okay, these are legs. Mirror right to left. Okay, 0 the pelvis. Z, we didn't want that. All right, let's see. Mirror. Swap all bones. So that, see, that is priceless right there, because when you have a pose, but it's just they're pointing in the opposite direction. There, you want them looking this way in the scene instead of that way, and you want the whole pose. You want what's on this hand on that hand, and what's on that hand on this hand. You want them looking this way instead of that way. This is really, really nice. Now, I would say there might have been, you know, with Victoria and Michael, there might be some secret problems like that, you know, are like company secrets, like the way his leg bends right here is just really unnatural. And I will tell you that Genesis 9 fixes that problem, okay? And this bend here, and notice how jagged that looks, okay? So now I don't know what happens if we if Michael has, let's see, create. I don't know if sub D will work with Michael. Tools, edit, create, edit, object, geometry. Okay, now when you do this, it looks like it's a little smoother than it was maybe. So you can put sub D on Michael. Does it really work? I don't know. Okay, now we have leaves in the way. So, and let's, but this doesn't look incredibly natural here. His leg, the way it is resolving into his thigh here. It just looks a little kind of screwed up. And I would think, now I think with Genesis 8, it's probably similar to this. But with Genesis 9, I think some of those things are better. I'm not positive about that, though. But I know that there are programs that you can buy which smooth these areas out and make the body bend better, like at the knees when you have the knees so close that they're pushing into each other, and so that the calf doesn't go right through the thigh kind of thing, so that they look natural when they contact each other. You can buy programs that add that into your figure. So, and some of them work really well. Let's go back up into this. We have the mirror. This is the one that I'm really interested in, is the mirror. So this is the big one. Swap all unlocked bones. Swap all bones, ignore lock status, and trunk and YZ mirrored. So all right, let's try something. Let's lock his upper body and then swap let's lock his lower body. So we go here and lock lower body. Okay, and then we go up here and swap mirror. Swap, unlock, swap all unlocked bones. Yeah, so that just flipped. Kept his body, the lower body, the exact same way. Okay, Z. Edit. Okay. Yeah, so now it's this way. And it kept his lower body. It moved his lower body a little bit. It's still that left leg is up like that. And he's twisting like clockwise. He's twisting clockwise. And we do redo. And now his leg is still there, but he's twisting counterclockwise. So it did reverse everything. And he's, so this I just can't put enough praise into this program. It is gargantuan. It's added all of the things to the program that, let's go here and okay, go back here. Let's go to Daz. All right. And let's hide items I own. Let's go and see who made this. All right. It's I know who this is. This is I can hear her voice because I bought tutorials from her and she's amazing. They just put really a ton of work into this. And if we read this scene, and it's regularly $32, I paid $8 for it. So, and it's 40% off. This, if you put this in your cart and it just says 1978, it's still worth buying. Okay, it just is, in my opinion. Okay, so I just had all kinds of sales that were at the time when right when this was new. Like I said, Daz is really good to me. They are really good to me. They always have been. So, and it's just this whole sexist stuff. I'm not going to stop on that. I'm not going to give them a pass on that. They don't pay me. They don't pay me. They give other artists the same, deals and all for their stuff. I'm not going to give them a pass on them. They're destroying decades worth of male 3D art with their bias. Okay. And it's not just Daz. It's a whole slew of artists that they enable and allow to, and people, when they wonder why doesn't the male stuff sell? Okay, well, because your artists aren't practiced in male art. And when they put out male art, they put out ugly male art. They put out bad male art. They put out male hair that looks like crap. They put out male figures and sell them, and their face is all kind of like, and they're just ugly. People don't want that. They want the man of their dreams. They don't want this ugly stuff. And what do they do when they put out female stuff? They put out these, they're so practiced. They know exactly that they're going to make a woman that looks just like, some famous actress that they dream about, that they drool over, okay? And so, so they put out these perfect, like, centerfold kind of females, and then when they put out a male, it's like, kind of male. It's like just goofy, ugly males. Because they're not practiced in the art of, and what they need is somebody who just is there to look at that and say, take this guy back and make him look good, okay? Because he looks like crap. And the thing is, I'm not going to go on in the store and point it out, because like the last 10 males that they put out have been god-awfully but ugly. And that's why they don't sell, Daz. Because you have enough women on there that would love to purchase an attractive male. And I mean, look at this female here. she is gorgeous, okay? She's just I'm a gay man, and I can tell when a female is pretty, and she is very, very pretty, okay? Now, the tiger looks as fake as could be, doesn't have any realism to him, but she looks extremely beautiful. And that's the thing, is that, and you look at this, okay, you would think that this was made just for females because, well, this is the closest we get to a male, is this god-awfully ugly-looking boy here. And then everything else in here is all for females. But it's made for males too. So, that's what I mean. There's just so much bias that they couldn't even put one page with, the Genesis 8 male and the Genesis 8.1 male and Michael, and just one page out of all of them. And what's kind of weird is it looks like what's the programmers themselves, they used the male body here within the program. Kudos to them, okay? Because this is, and the reason why is, well, because they couldn't use the half naked female form because they would have been showing breasts, so they had to use the male form here. So, but this is what's going on here. All the scantily dressed women here, all this is what it is. This is what it's come down to. They've driven out the male the culture that adores the male form. They've driven out, and all that's left is a bunch of artists who know how to make female forms, and when they're forced to make a male form, they're ugly. They're just deformed. They're aberrations of the male form. They're not pretty at all. And I'm not going to go to the store and point out a few, okay? They just are. And if you want to sell male forms, send them back to the drawing board. Look at that man. Look at that. Get somebody who actually knows how, who cares about the male form, who isn't somebody who prefers the female form. If you've got somebody judging that art who just has no desire whatsoever in the male form, that's why they're not selling. And you have to tell the artist, take this back and make him as pretty as she is, okay? See, I mean, these women, look at this. They look like they're on the Vanity Fair magazine, okay? They just look like models, okay? They look like their faces are just, and this isn't what you're, even she is pretty. She's very pretty. But you just take a look at the males you're expecting us to buy. And I was saying, I'm going to buy this ugly male figure just to support the male movement here on Daz. And finally, I got to the point where I am not buying another ugly male from this. Okay? I'm just not going to give you my money at all until you can give me something that's beautiful. Okay? Perfect and classy, that looks good in a beard, that looks good without a beard, that doesn't look feminized. Because that's what happens if these artists, all they do is make females, then when they go to make a male, it's going to look a little feminized, okay? They're not going to look male. They're not going to have, and just look at some of the famous males that are out there that are out there, and they're beautiful. And so that's the thing. So this is it. Buy this program. It's worth it. I highly recommend it. Now, somewhere in here, it's going to tell you which figures that this works with. Now, base process. Okay. For human figures, including Generation 4, which is Michael, okay? Genesis 2, 3, 8, 9, or any figure with the same bones, names, presets are included so that you can partially lock. So it's supposed to be for the Genesis 4, but the only thing that I found, probably with the Genesis figure, you will be able to lock their expression, but the expression lock didn't work for Genesis 4, and I don't know why. There's some reason why. It's not too big. It's not a deal breaker at all because, like I said, I can't use Genesis 4. I can't use Michael 4 because he doesn't have any clothes and no hair. They didn't make any for him. They just made them for Victoria. Everything under the sun, every kind of piece of clothing that you could imagine, gloves, hats, and braided hair, bouffant hair, beehive hair, every kind of hair they did. And they just did very, very, as little as they could get by with for Michael. So, and they're doing the same thing with Genesis 9 right now. Just every day, it's a barrage of all this female clothing, which I have nothing against that. I'm just sitting there waiting and saying, oh, when are you going to put out a male figure? And then they put out one that looks like it looks like they modeled the face of their janitor or something, you know? It's just, and so, well, this is cool. Your face is going to be in the Daz store. And it's like, but nobody's going to buy it because they're butt ugly. And that's the thing, is just, it's not going to happen. So, I don't know. They probably never watch this podcast, but it's just, I've been talking about this for a long time, and it's a problem. I sent them really long letters, very harsh, very angry, and I'm not that kind of person. I usually just kind of bite my tongue about stuff, but boy, did I let them have it. And, did it change anything? No, I think it made things worse. It just kind of made them say, well, so then we're biased and we don't give a shit, and we're going to be more biased then. And that's the way they've been. They just basically, they're destroying another generation, the male. It's like, I've been waiting. They finally just came out with some underwear for, well, they had a few pairs of underwear, but they're coming out with every kind of lingerie, the lace lingerie, lingerie with straps, lingerie, chiffon lingerie, rose-colored lingerie with net, and lingerie with this, and lingerie with silk, and lingerie. And it's like, then they finally come out with some shorts for the male. It's like, you know what? Whoever you are who's in charge, men wear lingerie. Men wear lacy stuff. Men wear leather lingerie. Men wear all kinds of beautiful clothing, and they wear designer clothing. And you are an insult to the human race by putting out everything like this and not considering. And, it's like, if you want to go and buy male stuff, go buy, there's a bunch of stuff on Renderosity. It's like, they get it. You go there and you'll find the male artists that Daz pushed out, and they got really pissed off at Daz and left and went to Renderosity. Well, they're putting out, some nice leather chaps and leather clothing and stuff for men. Doesn't have to be like for gay men. It's just male clothing. Okay, something that basically, and it's like you look at this, and this whole kind of thing, it looks kind of like the design of like a starship captain's clothes, but made for females. Okay, so basically, they even when they come out with male clothing that's like kind of like armor and gear and leather stuff, they just basically put put the boobs in it and make it for females, and so and because it makes females seem less stronger, and it's like, I'm all for that. I love a good female heroine. I'll watch all female cop shows where they're all cop females and love it and sit and bawl my eyes out how beautiful and how strong and powerful they are. It's not me with the problem here. It's the fact that that if you're going to put out armor and if you're going to put out armor for females, you should put out some lingerie for men. You know what I'm saying? And not just, it's like, that the lingerie kind of makes females seem like they're just objects, sexual objects. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're not doing females any help by putting out weeks and weeks worth of lingerie and no lingerie for the men. None at all. And then I go to artists' pages on Daz, and you look at and it's like, who are the ones responsible for this? Well, you go and look at the artist, and you look at everything they've made for Daz, and they haven't made one single item for men. And it's like, I don't even have a problem with that. As long as you hire artists that do the same thing, that just have, but then you find these artists that have made stuff for men, and you find out that, it's not, they don't just put out male stuff, they also put out monsters. And so you've got this thing with it's like all teeth and everything, and then you've got these, aberrations of humans and zombies and kind of things. It's like why are you distorting the male beauty? Why are you dragging the male beauty into this monstrous aberration of form? Can't you just put out beautiful men? Doesn't somebody just do that? And every time try to put out an even more beautiful man? Nobody's doing that, but there's probably 100 artists putting out the most beautiful women with little frilly hats with little veils hanging down and blah 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 blah, which I wouldn't have a problem with it if it wasn't just so biased. I would enjoy it. I would rejoice in it if it wasn't so biased. And it's like this. It's just not one image. This product is for males and females. And I don't see a single male image here. There's no male here either. There's just no male even on the thing. So, and it's just the culture. If you put females there, it'll sell. Why? Because they've completely stifled and killed the male interest in 3D art for for decades. They have destroyed that and driven out people who are looking. They become disinterested in this field of 3D art because of the people controlling it. So that's it. I'm done for tonight, And I try to play along with this. I try to say, okay, well, here's a beautiful product, and then I just look at it and I just say, my gosh, couldn't they have just put one image here with some guys on it? It just, and it's driving me away from Daz 3D. It's driving me away from the community. It's driving me out and saying, why did I spend $10,000 on models? Why did I do this? Why did I give them that money? By every male object and every male thing, and the thing is that it's so, they don't scrutinize. When they put out a male product, they just say, thank God we've got another male product to shove into the store, because they don't scrutinize it and say, well, the crotch is all kind of messed up. It looks like you took ladies' pants and put them on a man, okay? How about if you fix the zipper? How about if you fix them so that they actually look like man's pants? But because your artists are so, you're saying, well, we need some male stuff. We need some male stuff. So you end up taking artists who work with female stuff and pushing them into making male stuff. Why? Because you drove out all the artists that work with male stuff. Because they were so pissed when they looked in the store and saw the male stuff and saw all the bias, they got so pissed and left. And I hope they found a better home than Daz, because it's terrible. It's despicable. So, and it's not just his product, because this is a great product and a lot of love and a lot of attention to detail. And I would say probably the programmers that made this product were probably all men, except for their spokesperson. Maybe the CEO of the company is a woman, but I'll bet the programmers who actually went in and made all this stuff were men. And but the designer, whoever decided to design all of this, decided to go with the woman theme. So enough of that. So we're back to Michael. And so this is the legacy of 3D art. This is what they've done to it. This is what they did to Michael. This is what they basically there was I don't know whether if Michael had an actual decade. I would say maybe at least 4 or 5, 6 years that he was the leading figure in the Daz 3D pantheon, and they made like nothing for him, hardly at all. A bunch of poses, and that was it. And a few clothing items, a few hair items. It was just a desolation of the male 3D items, assets, just nothing for him. And so Riversoft, that's why nobody bought your Michael 4 to Genesis 8 clothing converter and hair converter, because there was no clothing made for him. There was no hair made for him. Just a few items, 3 or 4 hair items, and that's all that fits with Michael. And why did they buy the Victoria one? Because all of the clothing, all the dresses, all of the jogging suits, all of the lingerie, all of the hair, all of the many, many, many kinds of hair, all of the different props and all of the different stuff were all made for Victoria. Okay? So again, I'll say, don't be mad at the customers for not buying your program that doesn't do anything. Okay? It doesn't do anything because there's nothing for it to do because of the bias that's been there probably over 20 years in the Daz store. So that's why. And they say, well, the males don't sell. Well, that's because you have really bad artists who make them, and they make these butt ugly male items. They're not beautiful males. And then you got the werewolf male, and you got the vampire male that looks pale, and it's like, I don't want them. I don't want them. I want males that look like Superman, and males that look like heroes, and males that look really like models, and with the beard, and they look like they're, and then you wonder, it's like this whole woke stuff and everything, okay? And you have Republicans saying that the males are the most underprivileged in our society, that they're basically, people look at them, and if you're beautiful and you're a beautiful male and everything, you're going to have it tough. You're going to have it hard. Okay? Because everybody assumes that you are privileged, that you are part of some, and it's just the opposite. There's just like an underlying kind of bias towards beautiful males. And they, the thing is that I don't want anybody marginalized in society. No one. I don't want females. I want it to be an even across the board when it comes to all ethnicities and all. And there was a problem. There weren't enough Asians made in the Daz store. They said, well, you don't have enough black people and enough Asians and everything. And it's like, well, there are now more Asian female characters that are in the Daz store than there are male characters of all races. Okay, so you fix that, but so that's the thing, is that, and they put out a really nice black guy for Genesis 9. They've had a couple of them come out that were just absolutely beautiful, perfect in every way. And I don't know what it cost them to make that, but and they've come out with some absolutely beautiful male characters, but one or two, and even Ivar, they put so much money into Ivar, and he is probably one of the most ugly characters ever made in the Daz store for a man. Yeah, Ivar is, I get sick to my stomach every time I even see him used in art. So yeah. So it's like you guys need quality, a person who can look at this stuff and say, that is ugly. Take it back, fix it, and make it beautiful. And then you will make money. It will sell. The male stuff will sell if you don't put out crap. And that's it. And, it's like the male stuff for Michael didn't sell because you didn't make it. It wasn't made. It's not because... And Michael was beautiful. Michael is beautiful. He's just absolutely beautiful. And but you didn't make stuff for him. You didn't make hair for him. You didn't make clothes for him. You didn't make lingerie for him. You didn't make all the frilly stuff that you made for females. You didn't do it. You just didn't do it. You didn't, and you did it for 8. I have been trying to make some myself, but it's hard without sculpting, without reference. I have needed some. Hey, Rick and Cherry, you're awesome. There are some, they actually put out a very beautiful, I can't, they have, I mean, if there is a male, figure that comes out, I've seen it. I mean, every male figure that comes out, I'm right onto it, okay? And I'm going to look and see, and I'll tell you, they have a couple of, I just know my male figures, okay? And I can tell you, like, I mean, this guy, he's just not, this is terrible, okay? This is just, look at this hair they put out for the male. I mean, what is this? What really? Who looked at this and said this is okay? It's just like, and you right around, you got this goofy, looks like Jughead or something, and you've got this and this and this and this and an Asian woman, okay? And this. I mean, let's just go look at the female stuff. And then you got a gamma adjuster. This isn't even a male product, okay? It just changes the Yeah, so but I will show you, they do have there is a male figure. This guy I didn't buy. Now this curly hair, it's fairly nice, but then it's this kind of goofy stuff, and they were lazy and just shaved it off on the side. Okay, they didn't even style the sides. Yeah, why make hair dForce, like, why make spiky hair? You can't even then use mesh grabber to make it fit the hair. So, I mean, there are so many questions that I have with this stuff. This hair isn't too bad. I probably should have bought that. This is pretty nice. At least it's got hair on the side. It kind of looks a little messy though. All right, but it's in the right light, it would look actually really good. I probably should add this hair to my wish list. Oh, I own it. All right, I already purchased it. So it was okay. I probably only paid about $8 for it. So if that, which is a lot of money. And so they come out with all this female stuff here, female clothing, female this, all intricate stuff. And then they give us angry male expressions. That's what we get for males, is angry male expression. And you know how easy it is to just throw a few dials. I'm not saying they didn't put a lot of work into these expressions, but then they use Ivar or whatever to as the model, which I've always thought Ivar looked like somebody's grandmother. So every time I see Ivar, I don't see a man there. I see. It's just, I don't know what it is, but it's like, so they got somebody who makes females to make a male, and they didn't do very. And then we got all these, beautiful figures. Look at this. Looks like something from the L'Oreal commercial, okay? And we come down here, and this is what, somebody is like laughing at us, and this is what we get. We get Bugbear for Genesis. Okay, and Time Machine, just in case you want, and it's like, I don't want the kids either. I just want adult, beautiful male figures. something that would look good with a female like this. And it's like, let's see if she would like to marry him. Okay, so we just go down through beautiful, all this bohemian headdress, because men just don't wear headdress. We wear sweaty bandanas, and that's it. And we don't have any kind of anything that makes our heads look ornate and beautiful. Okay, and we get this hair that looks kind of like messy, and it's not even parted right and all. It's just like this. And then look what they do. They braid this hair, and look at the dreads and beautiful hair. All of this hair, coming down through here until we get like to this with all these little dangly curls. And they couldn't have put a little more time into the male figure. And then this hair, if you'll notice, I've gotten tired of just buying products. I didn't buy this. Okay, I've gotten tired of buying products that just don't look right to me, They just don't. This is not does not carve around like a supermodel male face like this, okay? Like this hair, and even this hair kind of looks messy to me, okay? So, this we've got hair for cartoon characters. This looks horrible too. Another hair. I didn't buy this. I'm getting smart, because I would buy it just to support the male figure, but I'm never going to use that in any of my scenes. I just know it. I'm going to have it in my library and never use it. So now this barbarian armor, they find, Daz, I think, Daz itself is probably the biggest catalyst for when good art for males, is made, because they see this huge discrepancy in their group of artists, and they have to take and then do something really big for the male. This is gorgeous. This right here, and I like the way, because the way this and shows the nipple, I guess, it couldn't be made for a female, okay? Because that's the part you hide, okay? So this was made for a male character, okay? So I don't know if I bought this. I've been just poor lately, but this is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. This has got to be added to my wish list. Yeah, this, and you can see when this is that. So Luthabel, and what kind of, the way I interpret this with Luthabel and sharp edges, they probably made this and it was horrible, and Daz stepped in and said, "We'll fix it. We'll help you fix it, and we'll all do it together." And when Daz does that, they make some beautiful male stuff. And they're the only ones really doing it. And then, okay, we got something with men in it, and it's horns, okay? Now, this is very nice. This is very nice looking, realistic hair for a man. This is very, very nice. The thing is, I have a ton of hair exactly like this. So, but this is what I would say top-notch hair. Now, is this Daz again? No, this is Sprite. And we take a look at Sprite and go to the page and see what Sprite does. And Sprite made these other hairs look at this, these hairs that are horrible. But then you look at the female hair, and it's just much nicer. This is a beautiful suit, other than the fact that the person, what he put on the screen was like pink. and the pink version of it. And, you know, I'm all woke, just like the next person. I'm probably more woke than anybody that you know or ever will know. But I just don't know why they had to put him in the pink version and not the black or gray version. Why in the pink? It's just, you know, when everything is so female tilted already. So, you know, it's just, I'm glad there's the pink version for him. That's probably what I would dress my character in when I use that. I bought that. So I bought that. And then you see all this female hair that kind of looks really nice. That's put days and days worth of time into it. And, you know, and then there's just like this. I like the Olympia 020's male figure portraits. I like to try that sometime. Olympia does simple headshots, but also the kind of hunky full body stuff. There's a male, a black male figure. There are a few. I mean, this Panthera hair. Okay, it's like Motley Crue hair, or I don't know, Aerosmith hair. It works for if you're looking for a barbarian kind of man. Here is another really nice piece of armor. Again, it shows this kind of, it's almost like male lingerie, okay? It's as close as they're going to give you. It's like, how about giving us some male lingerie, some mesh stuff and leathery stuff, and you know, you're giving us all this female, like this, all of this stuff. And you can go down through and just look and look and look at all the different female stuff. How about giving us some male stuff, some male sexy stuff? They just have no, Martin Frost stuff is always beautiful, always awesome. And so we got hand gestures. And then this, you know, I guess it's cool, but I don't know how some of this stuff makes it into the store. This is nice work here, but it's for a female, and this is beautiful. If that's hair, I don't think it is. I think they've used, and it just look, this is like perfect faces, you know. I can tell when, and then finally you say, oh, finally a really sexy looking guy. And it's like, oh, no, we fooled you. It's just poses. It's just poses. So, yeah, we don't get him. And this was really nice. It was too expensive for my taste. I have to wait until it goes on an 80% sale. Then I am going to buy this military stuff. It's not that big of a deal because, you know, I don't want my males all like killers either. You know, I want them dressed in like in casual clothes and looking approachable and romantic and nice and kind of normal, you know. But it's just so well made. So, yeah, it's just you know, I have to say that the artwork for females is utterly beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful artwork. But then we go to the females and then we get Catman, you know? And I guess it's lioness or whatever, but you know, it might as well be Catman, you know. And then we go back to the females. And, you know, it's beautiful female art. This is gorgeous. This outfit is gorgeous. I am glad that they're doing that for females, you know. And there's a part of me that's like a gay feminist, all right? I believe in the protection of women, and I also believe in raising women up to have like an equal stature in society, and there's and to to get inside of women and find out how they feel, how do they feel about their world. Are they happy? Are women in general happy with their life? Because I don't think a lot of them are, and that's the thing, is that our society needs to be geared towards making females feel good about themselves and good about, because men just seem to be like men. They don't, nothing seems to, you got a lot of crazy men out there, but for the most part, men are just kind of just okay. And many, many women are suffering from depression, and you look at the statistics and it's shocking. I mean, you just have to go and Google and find out about females and find out what is the suicide rate with females, and it is like in epidemic stages right now. And there's just something that's making women very unhappy about their lives. And it's certainly not because they're not in the kitchen or something just absolutely stupid like that. It's because society's not making them feel very good. And so I am all for this. This is nice. It's just, all I'm saying is, if you're going to put men in here, don't put men looking like dogs and men looking like beasts and Beauty and the Beast. You don't have to destroy. That may be the very thing that's making women depressed, is because society is taking men and making them look so stupid and so bad. And you just go down through here, and it's like, if you're a woman looking for, a home and a family, and you're not going to find a man here. You won't. You're just depressing the hell out of women by not, this tunic, this D-triangular, this isn't a male. This isn't a male you can buy. It's something that takes and makes the crotch, fixes the crotch in tunics, okay? So if you thought that you were going to find your man there, no. It's like, nope, you're not. And then these are twins, and he looks more like, looks like a female to me. So it's like if one of them is supposed to be a male and the other is supposed to be a female, I think you got it wrong on that one too. So maybe, and then you say, okay, we can buy this male. No, oops, that's poses. It's no, you don't get the man of your dreams. Go back and be depressed. Okay? If you wonder, we got crying. We got this big, beautiful woman with a big kind of scary. So maybe that will be your husband. He'll be this whimpering, crying guy. I mean, I don't know how do you, and then look at this guy. He looks scary. This is Augustus, okay? I mean, this is your husband, ladies. This is your man, the man of your dreams. This is what you finally have somebody to buy. It's Augustus. So, and then with this weird kind of mustache, and just goes on, beach outfits, and this is what's his name? This is Ivor. And there's just something feminine about him. I have to double take and look again. Is that a dyke? Ivor doesn't look like a man to me. He looks like a grandmother, somebody's grandmother. Every time I see him, I just don't see a male. I don't know what's up with that. So she, the hair is terrible, but she's I like the powerful look in her face. She's very beautiful. And so there again, they're just really nailing it with the female characters. I'm very glad that they're doing that. And so finally, look what we have for a male. We have Tor for Genesis 9. Instead of the man of your dreams, lady, this is what you get. It's no wonder why women are offing themselves. And they are. They are doing it like in a really hardcore way. And it's because you're not giving them. It's because of this. It's because of this kind of stuff. You are hurting women because of what you're doing to men. And finally, they give us some male armor and what do? Instead of giving you the man of your knight in shining armor, we got a woman dressed in this. And, I am, like I said, I'm a feminist. I am all for this. I am so glad that you're displaying women. And then this Lorenzo, I bought this. He just looks so kind of feminine. His eyes look like a cover girl. It's just, I don't think this is what women are looking for in a man. It's just, I don't know what it is, but this doesn't look man to me. So, and then we got finally one who looks like somebody's husband or maybe their boyfriend or something. Oh, this is Poses. You don't get him. Sorry, you can't buy him. And I know that he's already somebody, I already own him. But, yeah, you're right. You are right, and Cherry. He does. He just, I don't know. And the same with this guy. These are just poses, but this isn't what women are looking for. Now this guy, we got somebody who looks kind of tough and everything. Oh, but you can't buy him. That's just the pose you get to buy. You don't get the figure. And it's like in the hospital medical stuff, and then we got Severed Man. It's like, well, we found you a man, women, ladies, but he's in pieces. Pick whatever piece you'd like. So, it's and then we've got Charlie here. I bought him. There's just something that's just, again, not quite right there, okay? It's just, I don't know. I would have said, go back and try again with his face, okay? It's just not there. And, something's not right about her face either, so I don't know. And now her face is really beautiful, but there's something about her eyes that aren't right. That I think if they just closed them a little bit, it wouldn't look like she's just kind of staring out. These two guys, they nailed them. They got it right with these guys, even though he's got like kind of girl's hair and everything. And they didn't do the best promo image on them. Yeah, that's the thing is that they feminized all, and I can understand in some way where that's coming from, because it kind of honors the male that is sort of binary or non-binary or whatever. That male that's somewhere in the middle of. I believe that, that person needs to be honored as well. these guys, they look like they've got heavy mascara on. You know, it's just something's not right here. But when you buy these two guys, especially him, it's probably one of the most. This guy right here is my favorite figure that I've bought for Genesis 9, and he is beautiful. You put him in your scene, and you've got the most beautiful male. So, and this is not. I don't believe this is. See, this isn't a Daz. This is not a Daz product, and all of the pink hair, and it's like they just totally destroy the looks. But when you put like all of us, like here, it's just so feminized and everything. But this guy is so masculine. When you put just a little bit of beard on him and all, and it comes also with the female version. So don't think that they went all out for us guys. Yeah, well, there is a Denzel Washington kind of guy here, and we'll run into him. This guy, this is just jewelry here. We'll run into him. He's a military guy. Let's see. Let's kind of jump down through, because I could just go on, but just look at. I have it turned on so that the products that I bought, it didn't take my products out, so all the male products are in here. And so this hair is kind of okay. It's kind of a little bit funky, but it is. This hair I like a lot, this Xander hair. It's just kind of average guy hair, and I like it. This Julius, I bought him. He's okay. He's just kind of, again, ugly. I mean, we get this figure, and then we get this. It's like what don't they? We get this and this and then this. The most prettiest girl you could, it's like Barbie, prettier than Barbie, much prettier than Barbie, and she is like inner beauty, like she has this deep soul kind of beauty. And what's up with this guy? He just, it just sinister and kind of diabolical, and what's the word? Calculating kind of look. And this is just like pinup model. It's like, and then we got, just in case you don't have, yeah, and this is I love the fact this is beautiful lingerie. It would be nice if they made some for men. And instead of a male, again this week, we're going to give you Creature from the Depths of Genesis for Genesis 9. Okay, this is in place of the man of your dreams, ladies. Okay, this is what you get. And it's no wonder why they're offing themselves, It's no wonder why. It's because of just the way, that they're looking to just like a gay man is looking to meet the man of his dreams, so are women. They are looking to find the right man, and look what we get. The court buffoon for Genesis 9. Somebody is just laughing their ass off, and as women are offing themselves and saying, here, marry this one, ladies. So, and then what do we have? We have, again, just perfect beauty. Pink hair. This hair is kind of nice, the pixie hair, but we just have these perfect beauty. And then we've got Ron's dirt. This is the dirt bag that you get, ladies. This is your husband. Okay, and and I'm all for the Ron's Dirt. I think it's an awesome. I love Photoshop brushes, but there again, they're all part of the cabal. Of they all have it figured out. Beautiful maid bikini. Where's the male? Where's the male lingerie? Where's the male leather straps? Where's the male bathing suits with really cool ones with Brazil written all over the butt and stuff, It's just, and there again, this beautiful lingerie. And we get this goofy, cool cyber outfit. So for males, but you can also use it with your females just in case. And then instead of a male this week, we're going to give you the orangutan, and instead of a really sexy like Hawaii Five-0 kind of cute guy, we get this. And so get your wedding rings out, ladies. Okay, he's single. Yeah, he's waiting for you. And then you go here, and finally you got a male and a family and everything. But, this is just an outfit. You don't get the guy. And then we got him here. We finally get a male that we can buy. And what do we got over here? Katie. And there's no face that's more beautiful than this face right here. And she can't wait to marry Kahoko. She's been waiting for him all her life. So and this just, and you wonder if women can even really identify with somebody this beautiful. Most women probably feel it makes them feel bad. And there's something very strong about her face. So I really like this. This is an expression kind of thing, but there's something well done here. Like I said, I like strong women. I like a lot. I find I just cheer when I see strong women and everything. I voted for Hillary. I still support Hillary. I supported her all the way through from the very beginning. And you talk Hillary down and you're going to get me pissed. This is this Jeppy, this is a very, very good product here. I highly recommend. It's painted on hair, so you'd never have to worry about it poking through your clothes or anything. This is if you work with male figures, you must buy this because you'll use it probably every time you need body hair. And it's painted on, but most of the time their figure's so far away you can't even tell it's not. And I've been finding that painted on eyebrows are sometimes nicer than fiber. Because the artist, the way they paint them on is just like it. They paint them. They look at it like a real person, and they paint them on like a real person's eyebrows. And they just sometimes painted on eyebrows look much better than fiber. Now this, I believe that these guys were put out because I complained and bitched and screamed so much online about it. And so they just gave us 3 heads, HD shapes, I think. So I think at least 3. Yeah, and Cherry, the painted on ones can look really, really nice. And if your figure isn't so up close, they can look really nice on a figure. So, this hair, I think I bought it on it when it came out new. It was it looks like really nice. Again, they just shave the sides. It's like they're too lazy to give them hair on the side. Like most men, I do, because I shave the sides because it makes my gray hair not look so gray and everything. So, most men have nice styled hair on the side, but that's all the Daz hair artists for males. They got enough time to do the top, and then they just shave the sides and say, done, send it off to Daz. And the thing is that I only paid, I think, maybe $2 or $3 for this hair. And it's worth buying. Well, not at $24. It's definitely not worth buying because it doesn't fit right to most Genesis 9 figures. You have to really kind of work at it to get it to fit your figure right. And then it kind of looks messy I don't know what we got for other. I mean, look at this. It kind of looks goofy. So, and of course we got a black guy with gigantic scars and a blind eye. So welcome to your husband. Yeah, you have to wait for a sale. This hair isn't worth spending more than $5 or $6 for. It just doesn't fit right to the head of Genesis 9 figures. All your figures, you spend an hour trying to get the darn hair to work right. So it's unfortunately, but it's okay compared to a lot of the very few options that you have for hair. This, I would definitely get this hair, but I would not spend $24 for it. It's not what it looks like. It's really poorly made, very poorly made, and it looks kind of like crap. So again, it makes your figure look kind of goofy. And then we get this beautiful kind of doll-looking figure with the maiden bundle. We got the maiden, and then we got the demon male from hell. So yeah, and he's half baked with a big. So if you want to kiss him, you got to move the beetle away from his mouth. So, and yeah, that's what we're dealing with. And she's a nice black woman here. She kind of reminds me a little bit of the Voodoo, but then these long nails and everything, they've kind of creeped her out. Okay, so something's going on there, but they didn't do that to her. Why don't they give her, the big, long, weird nails? And then just this Scarlet bundle again. It's just Barbie doll, perfect, beautiful looking, and we've got the steampunk gas mask. At least they did that in the female version. They didn't do it with the male. And another black woman who's kind of a little bit odd looking, right next to like perfect kind of girl next door. And then we finally get a real male, and it's just something is really off here with him. And you figure, well, maybe it's the promo image, and it's like, no, they all looks kind of scary. This is what we get. He's a pirate, and yeah, I can't imagine any way of making him work in any scene. And guess what, Daz? I didn't buy him. And, that's the thing is, if the artists are going to turn in a male figure like this, you need to step in and say, you either go back and make him look good, make him look like her, or like her, or like her, or her, or her, or her, okay? Make him look like, but like, what's up with the eyes? And then we got these age lines up top, and the beard is probably nice. I would think about buying him just for the beard and hair, and I'm sure that he comes with it. that comes with him. It looks like they did nice on the beard and hair, character shape, materials. So yeah, they've got the beard and comes with a lot of hair colors. Probably comes with some nice eye mats, but just the figure is just ugly. Then she's got a pose set, but it's like she's just like all these. She's very pretty. Okay, so we got. We've got some now. Something's up with him. He's got some weird shit on his face. He's not okay, and she's a vampire, so she's like got him in some kind of stasis of some sort, Pegasus, and we go down through. But here, okay, I think we're getting here to this male right here. This is the where do we find him? Cairo is beautiful. This is a black male that you want to buy, okay? He's just really beautiful. This is your Denzel Washington kind of black guy. So, but there's another one too, and I think he's better than this guy. And, see, Daz had to step in. It's like Farber was putting something out, and Daz stepped in and said, no, we'll help you. And I think they, fixed his face and made him look beautiful, okay? So when Daz does step in, they do something. A lot of times they fix these males. Now, this guy just looks like a kind of scammer, and then HD Hag and Wizard, okay, so, and here's our mail for this week. Okay, so, yeah, all done. We put out a mail. Here's another mail just in case you didn't get enough of that one. And then this guy's got a big scar down his face, and she does too. But so they put out a mail. They did their quota. Now this hair. It's just too goofy again. Shaved on the side because it's just too much work for them to style it and put little teeny ringlet curls. Like if you've ever seen like Heath Ledger's hair, okay? He's got these little curls that kind of start and they wave their way back. We don't get stuff like that. Males have incredibly beautiful hair. And you would not know that at the Daz store, okay? It's like real puffy on the top and just kind of blah on the side. And that's it. That's males, like Heath Ledger's hair is just like incredibly, it's just little teeny curls, and they're all little fine curls, and they go back and wave all the way back into the back of his head. And then you have males who have like these, their hair is all messy, but they're these little defined curls that come out, and they just all go right down the side, and it's all messy. Oh yeah, and it's just, when I see hair like that, I just want to die. I think it's just so beautiful. So there's another black male. I'll try to go down through here because it's just the same old disappointing kind of stuff. Look at the ratio of female stuff here. And then we finally get to a male here, and this just doesn't have that masculine thing. There's something very kind of gay looking about him. So ladies, no, this one's not going to be for you either, okay? But you could pick the chimpanzee or the King Kong, okay? Because, there's your male. Here you go. Here's another ape world chimpanzee. And then we go back through all the female stuff again. Female, beautiful, like cover girl females, all just boom, boom, boom. And then we get this skin merchant, but this guy, something kind of feminine about him too. Is that really a guy? I don't think so. And so that doesn't count. All right. So Amelia Earhart, That's beautiful stuff. This is kind of aviator. It makes women strong, seem strong. Medusa. Yeah, and then all these guys turned into stone. Okay, so no thanks. But this is a petrification, so you can use it in whatever way you want. It's not the people. It's okay. Then we got male. Finally, we get some male, nice, sort of looking good male poses. Males, but it's poses. And we keep going. Keep going. Females. And look at this guy. Not sure that you're going to want to marry him. Okay. And then we've got Dynamic Soul for Genesis 9 masculine. I don't know if I saw him. Okay, yeah, these are poses. And yeah, I did see this. I thought, oh, finally, it's like masculine. How about putting the word poses here so we don't go in here thinking that, oh, wow, finally found the man of your dreams, ladies. And no, it's poses. You just kind of wasted somebody's time and drove them into a site that didn't, that. So, but there, you'll find, and now, so we go down, all right, through all the female stuff again, more, okay. And we've got HD scars, okay. So, yeah, just a man that is so brute that he probably wouldn't be very good husband material. And then we got the defenders. I think that's a clothing. I'm not sure. No, this is poses. Okay, so and then we got gorillas also. So this week, instead of males, we got gorillas, and we got the muck monster. Okay. Yeah, well, I think I don't think that that the promos are disingenuous, even because a lot of times when they show hair and it looks like crap, it is like crap. and when you buy it and you put it on your figure, it looks like crap, and it looks like crap in the promos. And I don't think they're deceptive about the products. Some of them they are. I mean, but I don't think they do that on purpose. I'm quite sure they don't. Like one time, I mentioned it today. I bought a program that was something pro, okay? And then they sold it's a program called Ultra Scatter. And they have Ultra Scatter Pro, and then they have Ultra Scatter Advanced. Yeah, I agree. And so I bought the Ultra Scatter Pro, and then I looked and said, oh, look, this is Ultra Scatter Advanced. And I find out that it's like a pared down version. It doesn't have all the stuff. And I already owned Ultra Scatter Pro, and the store let me buy it. And I got it on a big sale anyway, so I only paid about like $6 or $7 for it. Normally it's like $20 or $25, $30. So I paid about $6 or $7, and I didn't get in touch with Daz and say, I would like my money back for this and everything, because they sell me so much stuff, like really, really good stuff for like $1 each. They give me so many deals on stuff. I mean, they are very, very nice at Daz. I'm not so, and I know what you mean. Sometimes you buy stuff and you think, oh, I got this awesome thing, and you find out that it's only 3D Light, or it only works with what's that, Carrara or something, and it's there. So every once in a while, you just end up getting something that's just terrible. Again, more lingerie. It's like, okay. as if they don't have more kind of, sexy, hot, it's like that sex machine clothes. So what I'm saying is that they are more sex machine. Women, that's what they are. They're objects, okay? And men are dirtbags, okay? And this is what culture is. This is what our music industry does to us, okay? They do the same thing that this store is doing to us, okay? Dirtbag boyfriends, okay? Flynn hair, okay? And, kind of this kind of street clothes look, and then females that are just objects. And this is what our culture is doing to us. And so I'm not complaining about how nice the people are at Daz at the store, how reasonable. They are way above reasonable. They sell me stuff. They'll sell me grab bags full of tons and tons of stuff for, for $1 each. And I end up with like hundreds of dollars worth of items for, $20. And they do it time and time again. They just do it. So they are very, very, very nice. It's not that. It's the culture. It's the way they portray, if you're going to do this to women, do it to men too. Okay? Give us some men in lingerie and in little things that say love all around the thing. If you're going to objectify women, objectify men. It's okay. We don't mind being sexy. We don't mind being put in dress in fancy stuff and that's half clad. We don't mind dressing in lingerie. Men do that all the time. Okay? It's just that's the problem I have is the objectifying of men. And this guy, Nathan, okay, now we're getting down. Nathan is probably, his teeth aren't that great, but they just, for some reason, look fake. But Nathan is a must-buy for a character. You just have to buy Nathan. Nathan, his skin, when you get up close to his skin, it is so, like the perspiration on his skin and all. Nathan has probably the nicest skin of any character that's ever been made for Genesis 9. So, that's the thing is that don't make men into like dirt bags and scars and ugly. Make them beautiful like this. Okay, like this, okay? We're not beasts. We're attractive, beautiful. We like to be beautiful too. And this, if that's what I say, and this looks kind of wholesome here, okay? It looks very nice. And I was not a big fan of Michael. At first, I liked Michael for Genesis 9, but then when I noticed he has this weird kind of like age wrinkle in his eye that I've never found a way to get rid of. It bothers me that why didn't you give that to her in her eye? Because this is Victoria 9, okay? Why did you make her look? And then Ivar, who looks like, almost 50 years old, and then his Viking maiden, it looks like she's like 25. Yeah. Why, and then for Ivar, they give, they during that Viking collection, they give this picture of some kind of clothing or something, and the male in that ad is like probably one of the most beautiful males I've ever seen in a promo image. And it's like, why the hell didn't you give us him? And, you know, it's just, and this is kind of, so, you know, I think, it, you know, and this is what we have for men. You know, this is the scars, severe scars for men. It's just, and then it's just like all of it. Then we go back down through all the beautiful lingerie. Yeah, Michael, you know, there's something extraordinarily beautiful about Michael because he's got that Latin thing, and he's got that Italian stallion, like absolutely drop dead gorgeous. They took him in the right direction, but they made him too old. Okay, because you just can't get those wrinkles, those creases out of the corners. And if you turn him sideways, his eyes like bug out. They're like, they just bulge right out. So they went in the absolute right direction with him, but they just failed. They failed us because they made him too old. And his eyes bulge out, and that's you know, I don't the eyes are beautiful in the concept that they were going for. But you know what? They just didn't put enough time into him, and then when they put him out, they didn't notice that they had kind of crunched his eye in the corner, and that his eyes like bulge right out. And so that's the thing with Michael. We're gonna get down into some of these things. So we've got Virgil, this cool guy. I don't know who it is. He just keeps putting out these kind of really kind of, you know, and then we've got this. You know, it's like, Koo, give us some good looking men, Koo. Instead of, you know, if you just go down through his whole thing, they're just kind of, it's like, who is this? Is this is this your uncle? I don't know. Did you try to make your uncle? You know, and it's like, okay, it's just an average looking person. I'm all good with that, but give us the really beautiful ones first, kind of, because we're like in a desolation. We're desperate for some beautiful looking men, okay? We're desperate, Koo. And this isn't, and you know, wonder, Koo, if he didn't sell well, guess why? and if you're trying to compare and say, well, the females sell so much better than the males, it's because of Koo. Yes, that's the thing, but so could she. She's not absolutely, you know, so could, the witch there, what's her name? Mabel, you know, they give you all of those kind of like outer characters, the figures with character. Okay. But when we're fighting over the swamp monster and and all these crazy like aberrations of men that they put out, just all you have to do is go, this was our male figure for the week. You know, it's like that, you know, and it's so, we get so few beautiful men. And then look at this. This looks like Jeffrey Dahmer, okay? The vibe hair and all this stuff. I don't know. And this guy, I bought him to support the male figure. I didn't buy him because I didn't buy him because, and I've tried using him in scenes. He can't, I can't pull it off. He's not her or her, or she doesn't have this beauty. He just doesn't have the face. It's just, he's not, tall, dark, and handsome. He's just kind of scary, He's just like, he's kind of reminds me of some drug addict friends that I've had, that all they want to do is get drunk all the time. It's just, and this muscle stuff, I'm sure it's necessary in some ways, but it's kind of grotesque to me. Again, give us some men first, some real beautiful men first. And you just see, and it's like over and over and over. It's just perfect, beautiful faces. And here we got Neej, and, he's kind of nice. But then again, I have seen so many much more beautiful Asian men than that. His eyes are almost perfect, okay? But there's something really screwed up about his mouth, It's just not much time. And then they've put like some kind of blur on his hair so it kind of, it's just, he's not there. It's not, I have seen so many gorgeous, beautiful Asian men, and this maybe from the nose up. Okay, but this whole area is just what the hell. And I'm just being kind of honest about this. Now Lawrence, okay, now this is where we get to our black guy, the black guy. I think it's Lawrence. And where is he? Okay, there is Nathan. Now we're getting to Nathan. Nathan is a definite buy. He's $50 to buy Nathan. It's like, really? Really? And he doesn't even come with that hair, okay? And if you go, there's something like about him, he's got like, this is a Daz original, and that's why I said when they finally put out a nice male, it's not put out by all these other artists. It's put out by Daz. So we have Daz to thank for that. For those very few times they did put out Ivar, which was a total flop, and I think they also put out Ivar was just horrible, absolutely horrible, and they put out Michael, which it's like I said, Michael, it was in the right yeah. They finally give us a really. I mean, this guy, look at that. I mean, his nose is kind of a little weird looking in there, but Nathan, and you take his skin, and the thing is that if you look at it, you'll find out that they put this, it's like the subsurface scatter is 8K. Okay, so it's not 8K skin, but it's 8K subsurface, so it's just, and you can turn him into a female if you'd like. Okay, so he's not, so basically, he is probably in the top, for Genesis 9, he's in the top probably 5. Okay, so he might be even in the top 2, all right? He might even be number 1, okay? So this is Nathan, okay? And I paid a lot for him, but I didn't pay $50. So Nathan is probably the number 1 Genesis 9 male that there is, okay? He's the very best. And skin-wise, and he comes with a bunch of stuff, and they worked real hard on him. So, but then, it's just, they worked hard on her too, and her, and her, but she's $11, she's $8, she's $10. Oh, those are outfits. She's $22, And if you want a male, and then we get this black guy, just like what the hell? This there, like, it's not Denzel Washington, okay? It's not even close. Yeah, it's I would say kind of 90% right now. It's de-evolved to about 90% female stuff. And they're under the impression that male stuff doesn't sell. And it's like, no, Daz, it doesn't sell when the only male that you actually have here is $54, okay? The only male you're $49.99. That's $50. Okay? The only male that you really have that's anything I am going to complain. Cherry, you're nicer than I am, and Cherry, but I have to complain, okay? I have to, because I think it's a disservice to women, okay, that absence of beautiful men. Yeah, well, I don't have the time to do that. And basically, this has kind of made me think that it's just time to get out of the whole 3D thing, because Daz has just pissed me off. And so I might buy a little bit of something here and there, but until they change the store, I'm going to go where all the other male artists have gone. They've just left the store, okay? They've left in disgust. And like disgust, it's if there's a worse word for disgust, it deserves it. Okay? This is so now, this Headshot Pro, this guy is beautiful, and they've turned him into this. The Headshot Pro just doesn't work good at all. They don't. It doesn't. If you put like an 8K picture of somebody into it, it like lowers the quality of it down to 4K. Sure. That's why I haven't stopped there in a few months is what I mean. Yeah, it's the same with me. And because if they want to sell male stuff, they have to make good male stuff. And they're not. They're making werewolves and monsters and vampires and guys with scars on their face. And they're giving us Michael with these big ugly wrinkles in the corners and eyes bulging out. They're not and then they give us females like this. It's just like they can put out beautiful females like a production line, and mass produce them. Now this is the other male. Okay, this is why I've been going down. This is the other black male. It's funny that we had Lawrence and we have our Nathan right around the same time. Okay, this is Lawrence. Lawrence is this is the black man, your Denzel Washington black man. Look at his skin. This is the perfect, and I'll bet you he's $50, $53. Yeah. Why aren't the males selling? Well, maybe because when you finally put one out that's nice, it's $50. If you sold this for I just lost him now, and now it's turned. All this is hide items I own. It's supposed to hide them, but it's not. They're all going to be hidden. The male items are going to be hidden. So, yeah, this Nathan. So we'll go back ahead here and take a look. This is, but you can also, I think. All right, here's Lawrence. It's like, if you'd like, though, I think. Okay, Lawrence HD. Yeah, Yeah, you can turn Lawrence into Larice if you'd like. So, but the thing is, his skin, just look at how perfect he is. And you can make him like incredibly beautiful. So he does have an incredible masculinity about him. He kind of looks like Grace Jones there, and it's just probably the haircut. You can give him some hair on the sides. He looks a little feminine, okay? So there again. But all you have to kind of do is give him a little bit of facial hair, and that's the same thing you have to do with Ivar. You just can't leave them clean shaven because Ivar looks like somebody's grandmother. And so I lost my place. I just kind of went there. So this, yeah. So, I'm down to I check the store every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. I get up and check the store, and because at 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, that is when the new stuff comes out, and I have to see the new stuff. I check it. I have checked the store for the last 5 years. I've never missed a day checking the store. All right, so I am probably the most dedicated person in the store, and I check the store every day, and I go in there and I'm just disappointed, disgusted, angered every single day. And it's it maybe just a few less weapons, a few less scars. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. It's between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning that they put out the new stuff. And when you get to the Daz store, you have to go to the top here, and you go right here, and you put your right click, and you go reload. And because when you come to the page at 3 o'clock in the morning, it will just remember your cache, and it won't show you the pages. I don't recall a day where they didn't have it all out by 3 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes they have it out earlier than that, but it's usually never later than 3 o'clock in the morning. But when you come here, you can't just go to Daz3D.com. You have to refresh the page, and then you'll see all the new stuff. So, yep. So just all this frilly stuff. Cute sailor dress. Yep. So it's just, and if, more bathing suits, more, and maybe at some point, and what's going to happen is Genesis 9 is going to go to Genesis 10, and Genesis 10, I hope, is still going to be the same kind of, the same kind of, where that's the same male and female. I think they should keep that. But it's just so that you can use hair or whatever and clothing and all. I think it's all a very good idea. You can even use skin textures from one figure to the other. But what was really a big help was when they came out with the ability to bring morphs, to take your Genesis 8 characters, because over a lot of years, let's go back into here. There's beautiful Michael. So over the years we had, so we go to smart content here, and let's put in our Genesis 9 figure. Let's put Nathan in figures. Okay, we're going to go to here, and we'll put Nathan in figures. Here's Nathan. And we'll put in Nathan HD. And so if you're looking for a good, if you don't have Nathan, you got to watch them every day. Or if they say, you know, because it's a Daz product, and in a way, you can kind of understand why they made it $50, because Daz has so many sales where it'll say, get one free Daz product, one product. So if you buy a new product, you can have one free Daz product, and you could pick Nathan and literally get him for free. So I just think that in a way, they end up putting so many of their products, throwing them under the bus. I got to turn this down here for a minute so that when he comes in, I can put some pants on him. So they throw their products under the bus so often. So we get about, you know, you say, okay, well, it's $50, and that kind of makes them look bad. And in a way, I'm still kind of upset about that, because there are so few male products that product should never be $50. Because there are so few male products. So Nathan's in the scene now. I'm going to put some pants on him, and then we'll take a look at him and see what we've got. Underwear for Genesis 9. Okay, now we're back in the scene. Okay, so Elgato. So I don't think that, you know, now if they want to take some of the females and put them at $50, be my guest, because there's thousands of them, all right? But there are so few male products, it's like, you know, shame on you for putting Nathan at that price. And it's just, you know, it's like, and you know, because if they put Nathan at like $20 or $30 or $10, he would outsell every other model on the website. He would outsell every single model, because there are so few good male products. So, yeah, and they don't want that. They don't want him to outsell. So they make a bunch of male products that are like Serpent Man and Swamp Man and all of that, and nobody buys them because they're just not interested in aberrations and beasts and all that shit. You know, I buy them when they're like $1 each. You know, and say, okay, well, I've got a ton of like really creepy, you know, like werewolves and all that stuff. And I don't buy them until they're like $1 each, 85% off, you know. So this is Nathan here. Let's, he's got some underwear on. So what's nice about this is let's give Nathan some kind of hair. And let's put our light on him, because what's nice is, because what you learn to do is, if they're not going to give us beautiful men, we have to make, you're right, we have to make them ourselves. And so what I did was I bought all of the morphs. I morphed all of took all the figures from Genesis 8, and now I can use their morphs on my Genesis 9. So I can take the Genesis 8, which at least over a long period of time, even though they made like 1,000 females, they made at least a couple hundred or 100 males that were really beautiful for Genesis 8. And so what we can do is just, when you take his head, Nathan's head, and you go here to currently used, and we go to Nathan's head, and we bring his head down to 0, then we have the, we have this like androgynous It's like part male, part female kind of thing. And then if you go here into Nathan and you search and you go male, you will find this head for Genesis 8 male. Where is it now? Genesis 8. Okay, here it is. Genesis 8 male head. So you do that, and this is your Genesis 8 male head. And now that, right there, right from the very get-go, that is a beautiful man. Now his eyes are kind of, you have to kind of pull the sockets out a little bit. Now let's take our spotlight and let's go into Iray here. Let's look through our spotlight here. We're in our spotlight. Oh, I have it hidden. Let's go to parameters, spotlight. Let's get rid of male. And let's turn it on in viewport so we can see what we're doing here. And let's come from the side a little bit. So we have a little bit of drama. Okay. And now let's go back to our camera view. Let's see what we've got here. Now the eyes are screwed up, but I'm not going to mess with them until I'm done. So what we have here is, I believe, I'm not positive, but I believe that this is the Genesis 8 head. Now a lot of people don't realize that it's not the same as Genesis, because when you take and turn Nathan's head off, what you get is this kind of androgynous head. And then you have to give it Michael's head. I mean, you have to give it the Genesis 9 head, so that when you use the morphs for Genesis 8, so as if I go now into this Nathan, and I look down through here through all these things, and we go actually into actor and head, and you'll find all the morphs that I've converted from Genesis 8 to Genesis 9, and they're all down in here now. This is a game changer. So this is your way around it, okay? You have to kind of go around all of the foolishness in the store and use your Genesis. They're here somewhere, I think. Okay, here they are, okay? And those are the Genesis 9, okay. So this is, okay, Alex Capital, all right? See, so this gives him a little bit of Alex Capital, okay? And so I'm not sure if I'm doing this right, but I think you have to start with his head being Genesis 9, so that because your Genesis 8 figures, all of your figures have underneath them, they start at Genesis 9. Now, this is my logic. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but if I love the famous, yes, infamous. And here's Bruce's head, okay? And so Bruce is another beautiful. Bruce has probably some of the most beautiful looks of any character. And there we go. You just need a little bit. And suddenly you have a gorgeous man. These are the men that they're not giving us in the store, okay? These are the Daz men. Berlin Ted, I mean, Ted. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you Burl. I know you like prefer Ted. Ted, yeah. Yeah, slowly over time, do it at your own pace. Because there's really nothing wrong with the Genesis 8 products right now. The thing is that I find that when I make a scene and I say, well, I will start out with Genesis 8 figure, it usually comes out terrible, because every time I use a Genesis 9 figure, it just comes out better. It like look at him. And what I've done is I've just changed the shape, but he has Genesis 9 skin, and if I turn this light up a little bit more, you're going to see some skin that has like little perspiration, moisture, like just the right kind of and that's not the case with every Genesis 9 figure. But you can achieve, and once you realize that I can use Nathan and I can use his skin, and then I can change his head to like Alex Capital, and you have to convert all of your figures in order to get them to show up in here for the head morphs. So they're just not there automatically. All your Genesis 8 characters, you have to convert them to the heads, and you use the character converter, and it converts the bodies and the heads. And I don't care about the bodies, because I can just use any Genesis 9 kind of morphs and turn his body whatever I want. I'm not so big on the body. It's the face and the unique character of the face that is the most important part. And so every time I build a scene around a Genesis 8 character, it comes out. And it used to come out, but I had to work really hard at it to get it and go and adjust their skin colors and their tones and their moisture, and just to get everything just right. And with Genesis 9, it's like the shape of the body, the way it poses, the way it responds to the light, the PBR characters. You can get close to that with Genesis 8.1 characters. 8.1 characters have PBR textures. Thank you for all the likes, people. It's very nice of you. Thank you. That's 5 likes. Oh, wow. So it's been a long time since I've had likes like that. So I usually get 1. So, yeah. So 8.1 characters have PBR textures, okay? But it's just there again. There's something about the Genesis 9. And what's nice is the Genesis 9 comes with the Genesis 9. If you're going to buy Genesis 9 products, I would buy it's called you look up the word essentials. It's essentials, okay? And I would buy these products here. Okay, I would buy the Genesis 9 Starter Essentials. I don't know, one of them you have to buy. And this, you got Genesis 9 as Starter Essentials, and the Genesis, you have to have these, okay? If you're going to buy anything for Genesis 9, make sure you have the Genesis 9 Starter. You're going to have the Genesis 9 character, which would be, which would be the character, and then Genesis 9, so you want to make sure you have these, okay? This Starter Essentials, because they give you like all the eyebrows. So if you don't like his eyebrow shape, they give you tons of these eyebrow shapes, and then they give you eyelash shapes, and then they give you eyes, so that if you want to just change his eyes to something else, So it gives you just like a ton of basic stuff for him. For your character. It's going to take a while for his eyes to change, but Nathan, his eyes are already. It's just like you bring Nathan in, and you can just change him like to whatever you want. But you've got all of these eyes, and then you've got and then the other one, which is your starter essentials here, is you have like some hair. They give you basic hair. They give you some basic poses, and they all work real well. They give you some underwear and a shirt, so for your guy, and then they also give you a few more eyebrows and some. They give you the stock eyelashes, and then a few more eye colors. They give you these the sclera, so that you can change and make his eyes a little redder or a little lighter. It's just basic stuff that you need for your character. And if you ever delete the tear ducts or their eyelashes or whatever, it's all part of this. This might be part of, you might get this with the Genesis 9, but and they give you skin colors. They're not 8K, but they're higher. They're PBR skin colors. So you get like a light skin skin color, a medium skin color, dark the black skin color, and so you get just a lot of basic stuff that you need just to make your characters kind of work. The natural movements pack. Okay, that was a gigantic. Yeah, I noticed that. That's a gigantic. It's just another poses pack. So it's a bunch of poses. I believe that is. Let's go take a look at that. So I didn't buy that. But I'm not against that. The thing is what I did was I bought the pose converter. Okay. And, the pose converter, and within it took about maybe 20 minutes to a half an hour for me to convert all of my Genesis 3 poses, male and female, my Genesis 8 poses, male and female, and the Genesis 9 poses, male and female. Have a lovely evening, and Cherry, thank you very, very, very much for hanging out and talking with me, talking me through off the ledge. Because once I get on a roll with that, I just get like really kind of just angry. So, and it was very nice to have somebody just agreeing with me. You're very kind, and it's very nice of you. So thank you for very much. You have a lovely evening, and I'm glad we see eye to eye on those things. It's very nice to have somebody kind of understand where I'm coming from with that. So I like this architectural elements thing. It's very nice too. So, but the yeah, okay, that's what I thought, that it's morphs, and what it kind of, the thing is, what it reminds me of when I first started buying Genesis 8 characters, okay? And then and I saw these like 200 morphs packs, okay? And they I'm not saying it's not a good product to have. It is all right, and Cherry, you have a lovely sleep and lovely evening. You take care. Take much, much care, and thanks for coming in. Thank you for being part of this this whole thing. So Yeah, and so I bought a lot, like I bought a couple of packages that had like an enormous amount of morphs in them. And when you buy them, what it does is they become part of your Genesis 9 like language or repertoire. And so every time you load your Genesis 9 figure into the scene, it has to load all of those morphs. And so it takes a long time for your character to come into the scene. It's not a bad thing. It might, for that morph pack, it probably adds maybe a minute longer for your character to come into the scene. That's not a long time. And once your character comes in the scene, they're all loaded in. It's all fine. It works just fine and everything. So it's not a problem with that. And with those morphs, you can change their face and their appearance in like pretty much infinite ways. And so if you get that morph pack, and if they come out with another one, and so that adds another minute to, your load time, even that's not that bad, okay? Because it gives you the ability to just really change your character's looks in many, many, many ways. And like I said, to me with the body, okay, I don't make a lot of most of my characters have their shirts off, and they're male characters, and I don't like their body too muscular, so I like it to be kind of average looking, and so I just make sure that their bodies look different enough so they don't look like they have the exact same body if there's two guys in the scene. So, but they don't have to have all these rippled muscles and all these morphs and all these other things. It's just as long as their bodies are slightly different looking, that's all. But it's their faces that have to look different. And when I first started out making scenes, I used to use the Genesis 8 character. And what I would do is put two Genesis 8 characters in the scene, and as long as one of them had maybe a beard and the other one had facial hair, and and their eyebrows and their hair color was different, you couldn't tell that they were the same figure, because usually one figure you'd see from one side and the other figure you'd see from the other side, and as long as they had different beard and different eyebrows color and different hair color and everything. Yeah, so those morphs are fine, because you see, I don't mind that it takes a while for my character to load, because I just wait, and then once they're in the scene, so that's not a big deal. I just thought I would bring that up, that too many of those packs can really kind of slow down, and that's all it does. It just slows down how long it takes for the darn thing to make it into the scene. I don't think it changes like the render time and all that stuff. I don't think it has anything to do with render time. I think, and the only morphs that get loaded into the render are the ones that you actually use the slider on. So if you go crazy sliding all kinds of morphs, they have to load into the scene, but it's only the ones that you use the slider on, okay? So they're fine. They're good. What I like to do is like what I've done here. Now that's a very good, that's a good buy for Genesis 9. I think that's a good buy. The thing is that the way I change my character's looks is I use whole face morphs. I like to say I'd like to have a little bit of Bruce, his face, and a little bit of, say, Callan, and a little bit of Roy. And I know what that's going to do to their faces. Like Roy is going to be is going to make his face a little more narrow, and Callan's going to bring maybe his jawbones out a little bit more, so that's the way I do it, because I know because I've spent like hours like fixing the nose and working with the lips, and then I turn them sideways and they look hideous. And so and like this, what I did was I took and brought him back to Genesis 8. So this is a Genesis 9 figure with a Genesis 8 head, and then I just dialed in a little bit of Bruce. And that's who this is. This is just Genesis 8 with a little bit of Bruce. Oh, I can't seem to get him centered here. All right. This is Genesis 8. Yeah, and that's, to me, that's about as far as I want to go, because like I said, when I first started out, because I couldn't get skin tones right, okay? So I'd put like Roy in the scene, and I would put Jet in the scene, and Roy would have kind of reddish skin, and Jet would have this pale kind of like dead-looking skin, and they just look terrible together. And so I started putting like two Genesis 8, I would just put the Genesis 8 figure in, the stock Genesis 8 figure in, then give one Roy's head and give the other one, and then, their skin kind of matched. But it just I felt cheesy doing it, because it just it was like cheating, and as long as one was showing this side of their face and the other was showing, then you wouldn't see. I'd give them both the same skin, then you wouldn't see that one of them had a beauty mark or something on the other side of their face. So they both had the same mole, so as long as they were different sides of the same skin profile. But then I learned how to take any skin, whether if it's Genesis 9 or Genesis 8, and change the colors so that they match, and so that they can have different like moles and like blush and things built into their skin, colors, little bits of like he's got like a 5 o'clock shadow painted into his skin. So, but I could just change the hue and the tone of his skin to match, so that they don't have to be exactly, one can be a little lighter. But the problem is when you have one that's like really red and the other one who's like really pale or something, and they just look like they come from a totally different planet. And so now that I know how to go in and just change the skin at will, I spent hours and hours and hours and hours fussing with skin until I learned how to take and select all the skin parts and the fingernails and all of that. Yes, because they really have the same kind of thing. Let's take a look at Nathan's skin, all right? You select Nathan, okay? And then you break it down and you select this skin here, right? Okay? And when you select this skin, all right, what it does is if you go to surfaces, you'll notice that if we select skin, it selects arms, body, heads, legs, and it leaves the toenails alone. If you want, you can go in and mess with the toenails separate, but it's usually okay unless you're going to change their skin a whole lot. And what you do is it's the same thing with, this is PBR skin, so it has like a few more things than regular Genesis 8 skin. Genesis 8.1 is PBR skin as well, but Genesis 8 is not PBR. It's Uber based. Okay, and I think PBR is still kind of uber based, but it has more stuff in it. So, and what you do is you just change this translucency color for the most part, and you change this translucency weight. Those are the two ones. So if he's got too much red in his skin, you lower the red. Okay? And now if you notice, his skin is more bluish and green, okay? Because I lowered the red in it. Now, if it's too dark, you lighten it, and this is and that gives you this white. If his skin is too dark, you lower the translucency weight, and it uses less of these and more of this white. Okay, so it just adds that white into it. And if I go less, it's even lighter. Okay. And if I go a lot more, it's darker. So you don't touch this right here, okay? You leave most of the time, unless you have extreme cases, okay? You don't touch the base color. You leave that white, 1, 1, 1. You leave it white. Unless you just want to kind of darken it a little more, then you can just bring them down and make them gray, kind of. And it will darken it a little more. If you need a little more darkness, you can bring them down, okay? So, but it's these two, okay? It's the translucency weight and the translucency color. So if you have one character that's really red and one character that's kind of not red enough, well, then you bring the red up. See how it just made him more red? And if he's got too much blue, you bring the blue down. Now it's going to kind of look orange. See? And now, and if I take this green down, then he's going to look more kind of like orange and red too. Just red, real red, like red. So now if I take the red down quite a bit, if I take the red down to like 90, or like say cancel that down to like 89, 80 something, about 10 down, and I bring the green all the way up down and bring the blue down, then you're going to see he looks kind of greenish. See, and he's still got his moles, he's still got all of his stubble, he's still got all of that stuff. But it's how you take two characters and so this is red, green, and blue. And what happens if once you work with this, and you will, somewhere along the line, you'll figure this out, you'll get here to these, and you'll find this translucency weight and translucency color. And you'll select the skin, which is arms, body, heads, legs. You just select this skin, and it selects them already in the surfaces. It selects them automatically. And then you just come in, and if you learn to look at your character and say, now I'm going to put a little more light on him, the spotlight here. Let's go to parameters. And we will go to our light here. And let's put 2 here. Let's lighten him up a little bit. A little more. It's gotten dark. Okay, so now notice how nice. Look at the sheen on his. This is the difference with Genesis, this Nathan character in particular. That his skin just looks so sweet. It's just so beautiful skin. And the shape of, look at the shape of his body. He's just, and I've given him Bruce's face, okay? So he's got Bruce's little dimple here, and just incredibly beautiful. But he's green, okay? So we go back to our Nathan. We go back to our surfaces, and we go back and select skin again, and it's going to select the head, legs, arms, and body again. Now we got Now, you might want to write this down, but if you just think of RGB, I know you've heard of RGB before. And always think red, green, blue, RGB. Okay? And now, and this translucency weight is darker or lighter. Okay? So if I go this way, he's lighter. Yeah, wait until he goes down in price, or wait until you have a deal where they say get one free Daz, product if you buy two new products or something. And Nathan is the best male you can buy for. He's better than Avor. He's better than Michael. He's better than any of the male products. He's the product. And this isn't Nathan's face, but it's Nathan's skin, okay? So if you bring this translucency weight down, his skin gets lighter. So sometimes you don't have to do anything, but just bring the translucency weight down if you need his skin lighter. If it's the right hue, then you just bring it down. If you want it darker, then you bring it up like that, okay? And if it's still not dark enough, that's when you can come into this base and drop it a little bit, and it might give you a little more darkness, okay? But if you have it all the way up, it won't. So you might have to kind of go here and bring it down. Once you go this way, then it's relying on this color, and he's going to kind of end up gray. But if you bring this down, you can make his skin very dark. Okay, so, but as you can see, it's too green. So that's because I have the green high and the blue. So if you just equal these out and bring the red, green, blue together, then you got this perfect color. And look how nicely it colored his lips. No, they're not in the same place. So you can't take a Genesis 8 map and put it on a Genesis 9 figure. Not without altering the Genesis 9 figure. They have these things called bodysuits where you can put them on. They're really complicated to work with and everything. They work. And so that what you can do is take this Genesis 9. Okay, I think it's up in, I might have them up here. Material suit, okay? And we go here to so you pick what skin you want to put on him. And so I would say if I want to put Genesis 8-1 male, okay, so I put this bodysuit on him. You have to buy this. And what this does is it puts a skin over top of the Genesis 9 figure. And you buy it, and then it puts this up into your it puts it up into your figure, okay? And it puts a bunch of stuff on here like this. And you have to delete the eyelashes. It changes the eyes. It changes like everything here. And you have to kind of learn how to use it. So then you go to this. So we go now into this material suit. Okay, and then you go here to your, and you find the, you go here and find your figure that you want to use. We'll get rid of this essentials word. The, Oh, the existing maps. Well, yeah, see, they're different. They're just different. So, and the thing is that there are some really nice Genesis 8 skins. So we put, I think, 8.1. So we got to take and turn this off here. And this is, I think, we have to go with male suit. And then we find a Genesis 8.1 male. And let's take Bruce's skin, okay? Figures, anatomy, materials, Bruce maps. Then you come up here. Once you select that, and you go to this material suit, I think this is what... Okay, I think I have to select this. So let's try this. It's been a while since I've done this. Male suit. Okay, and then I think now I have to, then I can put this on. A1 male suit. So, well, this isn't, yeah, well, they're located here in the surfaces, okay? So we'll go and get rid of all this, and we'll go back to, it's in the same place where your Genesis, okay, this is our back to Nathan. Okay, well, I think he's still, now I think his skin is green again, so we'll bring him back to, so let's try to get his skin to look as natural as possible. And so I would take and put all these back up and balance them, so, because his skin doesn't seem to have like too much red or that kind of thing in it, so I would bring this up now to, back to white. And then click OK. And then I would just darken this a little bit like this, maybe around here. And that looks about right. And so now this is in surfaces, okay? So it's in the same exact place as your Genesis 8 skin. So you click on your character here, and then you go down to skin. And if you want to mess with the head skin, then you just select his head alone. Just the head alone, and there's your base, your maps. Now they're distributed around the body in a different way, but those are your maps. And so it's the same thing. So you could go in and take this map into Photoshop, but if you alter this map, then you're going to get a seam where the maps align together. And there are some programs that you can buy to give him like freckles and stuff, and it gives him freckles across all the maps. It's like really nice the way it works. And so you can give him heavy duty freckles, you can give him moles, you can give him birthmarks and beauty marks and all kinds. So basically it's kind of nice when you get a Genesis 9 character that doesn't have flaws, where their skin is, in a way, Nathan's got a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow, and he's got a little bit of like stubble in his hair. You can see where his hair, you can see kind of a little bit of a hairline there, sort of the way Michael 4 was, but a little bit less. But, and so it's nice to have a little bit of stubble there, but it's kind of better when you don't have like freckles, because you can't take them out as easy. So because there are products that they sell that give you like a little bit of moles down to a lot of them. And so accessories will go to default here. And so it's really nice how, oh, and the thing is that what you do is you, if you end up in Photoshop where, and it's like, the skins get loaded into Photoshop, skin detailer, this is it. And you can just add some to him, and but if the best way to do it is to bring the skin into it's like automatically bring it, it's a plugin that goes into Photoshop, and it looks at your character's skin, and it gives you all of these like intricate dials, like, you know, more you know, freckles on the chin, freckles, you want freckles just by the nose, or freckles on the forehead, and they give you like, you know, 20 or 30 different sliders to add details to their skin, and it goes across. It doesn't change so that you don't look and say, oh, you got a big line between their head maps and their torso maps. It blends those layers on all of the maps together. It does a really, so this is called Skin Detailer for Genesis 9. And so really, if you want your characters to not have like too many flaws in them, because you can just add them into your character's skin. And you got head bumps, you got detailers, you got bumps 1, 2, 3, 4, so you can give their skin bumps and stuff. So let's try one of these, see how it works. I don't know if it's gonna, I think now it's kind of misleading because we can just use these layered ones that they gave us. But the best way to do it is to use the Photoshop plugin, and that gives you complete control. It's just like an entire like morphs, but for skin texture. And it works so well. It's just like you can take their skin and make it look, and now it's still applying this because it's applying probably 4, 5, 6 layers, like moles and freckles and blemishes and things like that. You can have all kinds of stuff that it adds. Now, I don't know why it moved my camera around. I might have moved the camera something, but I don't know what I did. But it may need to have him in the center of the scene to put them on. So let's see what we've got here. Because this is a pretty heavy-duty program. It's kind of like ultra scenery for skin, you know? It's really intense. So, and I think you can put like multiple, so you have to undo it if you don't like it, or you can end up with like layers and layers of them on top of each other. So see the freckles and see the little blemishes? And so it gives him that one X, and this is, I think, the most discreet one of them all. So it's just a little bit of kind of, but with the Photoshop one, I mean, that is really nice. And all that is one click. And this will not work with Genesis 8 or Genesis 8.1. It will only work with Genesis 9. And they don't have anything like this for Genesis 8. So that I know of, maybe it's something that I'm not aware of, but I don't believe they have anything like this for Genesis 8. Oops, I'm inside his head here. Let's take a look at this. So Skin Detailer is a must-have. I haven't really used it a lot, but there's a part of me that wishes I did, because some of my characters could really use that a little bit of roughness on their skin like this. So, all right, now the only way to undo it. Now I'm wondering, I don't think that there's a remove, and the only way to remove it is to go in and remove each map or undo it. Skin Dealer preset 10. So I think I have the only way to undo it is to kind of go back through my camera angles until I get back to the point, because I wanted to try a few more of these. Okay, let's see what happens. Edit. No, it looks like they're still there. So, and the way to find, yeah, they are. Notice he's got edit. Okay, I think I ran out of undo. And so the only way to get them out of his skin would go to surfaces here. And to go to each one and just delete all the maps. Let's see, surfaces, which is a lot of them. Or I could just put Nathan's skin back on, and I think that might do it. So let's go back to Nathan's. This is called Skin Detailer. Figures. Where is he? Oh, here he is, Nathan. And materials. Let's try this. I think this will erase all of those maps. And it'll put his eyes back to the blue. The Nathan eyes that come with him are just like, I think they're some of the best eyes. Yeah, you can. It's just that I've found this is like, because it does it seamlessly over the seams. It's and yeah, it can make your system sluggish. So the thing is, you do it last. You do it last right before you're going to render. So you save the blemishes for last. So yeah, this did it. It got rid of all the blemishes. So let's go now to the blemish. Let's see, blemish. It's Skin Detailer. There it is. So materials. It doesn't do that, but I mean, I have two 3090s, and I have so this one is going to give, if I do this really, if I do this with and just undo it right after, and if I don't move the camera around too much, I can just undo it. So unless it moves him around, I think I moved the camera while it was trying to put that on, so that after it got done, I had thrown the camera off. So this is going to give him a lot of freckles, I think. This one's going to be freckles. Now, if you go into this, it's just, you know, they are, but if you figure when you add these kind of layers on, you might as well figure that you're adding another figure into your scene. You might as well figure like another. So look at this now. See, this is really, really nice. And it's one click. And my computer's not, and it doesn't slow my computer down at all, not even a tiny bit. So it's not made it sluggish in the least. The thing is do I need this kind of detail if I'm going to be far away? Now, what's nice is now I can go and do something with the rest of his body here. Do something with this. Let's apply the body shell. And it looks like it kind of screws everything up and makes him darker. But then when you put the materials on, it, oops, I did it wrong. Z. What did I do? Yeah, I did it wrong. You have to put it on the shell. And now he'll get lighter again once you put... So there, we got that. And so this is Jacques' masculine body hair. And what's nice about this body hair is it's painted on. And so, and it's a transparency. It's another layer. But what's really nice about the body hair is that it doesn't poke through your clothes. So you can just put it on, and look how real that looks. And you have, look at the different styles you have. Look, it's like, wow. And different colors, and you can just, and it just puts it on the whole body. It's just like done. And so this, it's kind of like, it's just, it saves you so much time. And when all you want is it to just look like he's a virile, hairy kind of man, and that's it. You're just done. You just one click and it's everywhere, and it's even. He's even got armpit hair. So yeah, and this is really nice. And then you find him some hair, which would be good. Maybe this one here. Let's try this hair. And we'll make it dark, like his... I think it comes in dark, even though it's blonde here. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it's blonde. We got to go a little darker with the Xander Hair. Gray. Black. Where's dark brown? Okay. Okay, so we should have dark brown here. Well, it's not quite dark enough. We'll go with black. So, yeah, this is so he's got the freckles, he's got the little bit ruddy kind of looking. It's not quite perfect there. And if you want to go in and mess with the hair, you can go into the surfaces here with the hair and hair thin. I don't know why this hair is. Oh, so we got all these different. I hate it when they do that, when they give us so many different options. And they're all black. So they're right into the map, so it's much easier to start with the brown and try to make it black than with the black, and because everything's already white. So tip. But this isn't too bad. So it's just this is the thing we've got with it. Now let's, if we can put him into a pose. And I've got my content library. All these poses, these are all my Genesis 8, Genesis 8.1, Genesis 3 poses that have been converted. I think even Genesis 2, and I might even be Genesis. They've all been converted male, female, so I can give him. And so I just can come in through here. They've all been converted to Genesis 9. So I can just come in here, Stealth Fighter, or there's some of the female ones, any of them, I can just come in and they all, Viking Handmaiden, let's see, Vogue poses. Let's put him in Vogue pose. Oh, I put it on the scalp. We didn't want to do that. So because the Genesis 9 is male and female, all in the same, you can use any pose on him. So you just convert all your Genesis 8, all your Genesis 8.1 poses to Genesis 9, and there you go. And that's what's really nice, because some of the female poses are really nice, and they put more time into them. And so we've got we've got a and apparently his pants are that is a beautiful pose. It's just so much nicer to see because they just don't give, the male poses are also tight and so kind of thing, and the female poses are so sensual and kind of erotic, and so it's nice to be able to just and like I said, it took me 20 minutes to go into all my pose folders and convert all these poses to, now there's just maybe I'd want to take and just switch this around a little bit, but this is these are this is, so they're not perfect. You have to tweak them, but these are Victoria poses for Eva, and they work with Genesis 9. So it took me about 20 minutes to go into each folder, select every pose, and just say, and it just went boom, 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 and it just went and converted them all and put them in a folder. And then I added the folder to my content library, not the smart content, but I opened it up and said, this is where the folder is. And in this is all those poses I converted to. And holiday romance, let's see what this is. Genesis, it doesn't matter if it's male or female. Hugs and kissing, invincible. Of course, the Norse warrior, out-of-body experience. Drama. Together and apart, power of the kiss, supernatural. Now I have probably about 10,000 poses that work with Genesis 9 Flora poses. Now he's supposed to be sitting on something. Yes, that's the thing, is because the Genesis 9 character is male and female. It's the same bones and all of that stuff. So if you buy the character converter, I mean the pose converter, and there's a couple of them out there. So, but this is called, I'll see if I can find it. And see, so the female poses don't, you have to change them a little bit, because sometimes around the hip area, woman will kind of hold her hip out a little more than a man will, and do certain things that that just don't look quite right. But like when she's kissing a man, she'll put her leg up in the air, and that looks a little kind of weird for a guy to do that. So, just certain things like that, though, you're the artist. And so, but I'll go up into here, and I think my pose converter might be here, scripts. And so as you batch, okay, Genesis 8, Genesis 3, 8, and 8, 9 batch pose converter. Let's go to the shop and go batch. And so you it's the one for Genesis 9. Okay, there's a bundle, Genesis 3 to 8 batch, because you don't want that, because we're going to 9, 3 and 8 to 9 batch pose converter. That's what you want. So this will do 3, 8, 8, 1, and it'll do male and female. So you want 3 and 8 to 9. You don't want 9 to 3 and 8, okay? So, and then you got a bundle here. So I would just purchase this one, because you probably don't have enough. There are some nice Genesis 9 poses, but I'm not interested in going the other way with them and having them converted to Genesis 8 or 8.1 or 3. I don't care about that. What I want is, because I have tons and tons of Genesis 3 and Genesis 8 and Genesis 8.1 poses, and male and female. So what you do is you convert them and you put them all in one folder, and then you just have that folder add that to your runtime and you're done. And then you select your Genesis 9 figure. Go here to your content library. So you go up here in the content library where it says, you right click on this, says add base directory, and you find that directory on your hard drive where you converted all of it. And so you have to go, when you go and use the converter, it says, tell me where the directory is. So you go into my content library, my Daz 3D library, and then you go to people, and then you go to poses, and you've got your Genesis 3 male, female poses. You got your Genesis 8 male, female poses. And you go to each folder, and you convert all the poses into the Genesis 9 folder. And then you have that folder show up here. You right click and just add it. And see, that's what I have here. I've got Genesis and 3 and 8 to 9 poses. And in that is like this whole, all of my poses from Genesis 8, Genesis 9, they're all in here. And I can just put standing and leaning. Okay, it doesn't matter whether if it was a Genesis 3 pose or whether if it was a Genesis 8 pose or Genesis 8.1 pose, or male or female, Genesis 3 male, Genesis 3 female. The only thing I kind of wish it had was Genesis 4 poses to Genesis 9, because I went and bought like, oh, look at that. That is just so nice. Oh my God. Now let's leave him there. Let's put like a picnic table here, and then we'll run a dForce simulation on his pants. Simulation settings. Let's go initialization. We don't want the starting pose, and just simulate. And watch his pants hang. They're just the right way. So yeah, so that means, so really, Ted, it's, you know, it's time to, when you make a scene, put a Genesis 9 figure in, and it's time to start learning the ropes, really, for Genesis 9, okay? You know, don't listen to anybody else. Listen to me. You're just, once you start using Genesis 9 figures in your scenes, and then you're going to go back and one day try a Genesis 8, and it's going to come out horrible. And then you're going to know, never again, never do that again. Always start, because you got your character all posed, all the clothes on, their hair, their beard, their eyebrows, eyelashes, they got the right ear, and you find out you got the wrong character. So just, it's time, you know, get the converters, try and convert as much clothing as you can to Genesis 9. Just, it's time. It's time to do it. You know, I hate to be the bearer of having to do all kinds of work and all, but look at that. And that's Bruce's face. That's a Genesis 8 character's face shape on Nathan, with Nathan's skin. It doesn't matter to me. The darker I was kind of I planned to not really make a scene here. This video was to, if you watch the beginning of this video, I go over a new product. It's out today, and it's called the Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro with Meg, and it's a product that I absolutely, he's kind of in a darkened area. He kind of looks a little bit like your tall, dark, and handsome kind of guy. So I just don't know that that giving him really light skin would be good for the overall appearance of him. But I could be wrong. It could be just a matter of taste. But I don't have a preference, okay, for dark skin or light skin. It depends on my mood at the time, and it depends on and their demeanor, and something will just spark something in me, and then suddenly they're the most beautiful person in the world, until something else strikes my fancy, and suddenly, you know, I'm on the completely opposite spectrum. And I learned years ago to not pick favorites, because I am just bound to find something on the completely other spectrum, side of my spectrum, that I'm just wild about. So I just don't I just do what kind of looks right to me, and at the moment, and so sometimes it can be very fair and blonde, and sometimes it can be you know, dark, and 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 uh, and not fair, and deep brown, warm brown eyes. Oh yeah, sometimes even black eyes that are just so big and beautiful. Yeah, it's just they're all beautiful to me. They're all of them are. It just it I I used to be, I remember when I I used to raise kids. I raised 4 kids until they were like almost in their 20s, and they I had my the one little boy. He was around like 11 years old, and I remember at one day it was like, well, thank you, Ted. I just sometimes I feel like I'm just nobody wants to hear from me, and nobody wants to hear my videos, and so but one day he'd come in and he only liked ham, didn't want any other kind of sandwich meat or any, all he liked was ham. And then like a week later it was like chicken, No, I don't eat ham anymore. I like chicken. And it kind of makes me think of myself, because there were so many times when a certain nationality, or it's like, I remember I wanted to go to France so bad, and everything was France. I had maps of Paris all over my dorm room walls, and it's just like, I want to go to Paris. So, it's just, and it's not that I still don't want to go to Paris, but everything's changed. It could be Denmark. It could be, I don't know. It could be anywhere, it could be the Philippines, India, Spain. It could be Brazil. And I just know, I know not to limit myself in any way. So we're looking for a picnic table. PICNIC, I think picnic. And we got to go to default. Picnic table. Here it is. There's one of them. Okay. Let's see if this works. What other ones have I got? It's the only one I got. That's showing up at least. We got picnic we got colors. All right, let's see if we can make this work. I've been to Amsterdam. I loved Amsterdam. Amsterdam is beautiful. Beautiful people. I remember walking down the street of Amsterdam, and it was like a sea of blue eyes. It was just, wow. It was just something else. It was just blue eyes, and I'm part Dutch. A little teeny tiny teensy weensy part of Dutch, and it's very old. It's from my family. Part of my family dates all the way back to New Amsterdam, back in the late 1600s. I have a relative whose last name was Dyke. And he was from, and he was Dutch, and he's one of my relatives. One of my very distant relatives is Dutch, and I found that out like a couple years ago. I met this lady online, and she said, "Did you know we're related?" And I said, "No," and she said, "Well, look on Family Search." And I went there, and it's like we were related, and then I followed her family tree back, and it's like, oh my God, I'm part Dutch. I'm related to the Dykes. So, yeah, that's my family. That's the way it goes, I guess. Now, what do we do with him? Do we bring him down or do we bring the table up? Let's go into Iray here. I mean, into texture shaded mode. You know, I'll tell you another thing about scenes is that you fall in love with your characters, and it's like the face that only a mother can love. You know, it's that kind of syndrome where you think your characters are so beautiful, but then when you come in the next day and you see them and you say, "Oh my God, he's so ugly." And you just get used to them. And that's why when I go into the Daz library and I see all these, and everyone's so proud of their work. And I look at like, they're ugly, that's ugly, that's terrible. But the thing is they just got into it so deeply that and I don't know the cure for that, because it happens to me too. I'll think my character is just so amazing, and then I will just, because I get used to them, I get used to their looks, I get used to, it's like when you meet somebody and you think, oh, they're kind of weird looking, but then you hang around that you just fall madly in love with them, and the next thing you know, you're burning black candles at night and you know, saying prayers to the moon. I don't know. You're just completely awash by their charm, you know? And they're really not that attractive. You just get used to their beauty, and so beware of that, because it can be okay, what I'm going to try to do is squash this picnic table so it's not... All right, I don't think the picnic table is going to work. I think, I don't know what I'm going to... Let's try some cheat here a little bit. And we go to parameters, and we're going to go to Y scale. And then we're going to bring Y scale again. And bring this up. Bring this in. Up. In. We'll get it. Okay, I'm going to lock the camera because I kind of like it where this is. I think this picnic table just doesn't look rustic enough. All right, so we need some stones. Just some random stones. Rocks. Well, that's a small rock. A little bit bigger than I thought, but if you have to scale it down, then that means it's going to have a better texture. Y rotate. X translate. Y translate. And let's go back like this. Scale it. I have to lock my camera because I'm bound to change my perspective here. And I kind of like the way he's looking up over the camera at like the sunrise or something, the horizon or something. So we're going to go to my favorites, and I have this thing in here that locks my camera. Just easy to get at. Now, so that if I want to move around, I got to use my perspective view. All right, I'm going to turn off this scene, my secret grove, so I don't have these trees and all this stuff in my way. Now, what we do is we take this and scale this rock. Z, I think. We can make it a little wider. And X. And then we go like this. We take this and scan and rotate it like that. And back. Z. Okay, I think bend that out. Okay. Twist. And bend. Okay. We twist this. Okay, and we take those fingers. That's a pose that's gone awry. Okay, how are we going to bring this down? We got to bring the shoulder down. Up, Z. Got to bring the shoulder down, which would be bend, right? Okay. This is thumb 1. There's really sometimes, when it comes to fingers, there's really no magic bullet. You just gotta, get right down and manually get them right. And until they're right. There's no way around that. It's a matter of okay. Now see, this hand doesn't look right. So, all right, now what we're going to do is we're going to do this pose thing, okay, where we're going to, now we have this new pose thing where we're going to go here to this VD. We're going to select him, all right, Nathan. This is what this video is about. We're going to now go into here, and we're going to lock his whole body. And then we're going to unlock just his arm, which arm is that? His left arm. Unlock left arm and unlock left hand. Okay, so when we put a pose on him, the only things that are going to move is his left arm and hand. So watch this. That didn't work. That's the original same one. That's not going to do it. Maybe this one. All right, this might work if we just twist it a little bit. See how nice that is? And it works with Genesis 8, Genesis 9, Genesis 8, Genesis 8.1, Genesis 3, Genesis 2, and Genesis 1, and Michael and Victoria 4. So we're going to go here and twist a little bit here. No, okay, so we get the arm right. And then we come back here to this. And then we lock the right arm, left arm. And make sure we have our left hand unlocked. Unlock left hand. And then we go into here because I don't like that kind of disco point there. And let's go back to these and just see if we can. Okay, we got to go back to Nathan here. That doesn't quite work. We just find all kinds of hand gestures. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit, and we're back to this like we got to do it by hand. Okay, so now we're going to go back to Nathan and unlock everything. So this is Digitimes. This is new. I paid $6 and something for this, but I had a bunch of those things piled up that give you, you know, that you make a purchase and you get a bunch of them. I had them piled up. I think I had 6 of them piled up. And then okay, so we go to unlock all bones. Okay, so now we go here. And let's do this to front back. We'll go like that, and we'll twist it now. And bend this up a little bit. Let's bend it out again. No, we're going to twist this a little more. And then bend this down like this. Now let's bend this in. Twist. Let's see what this looks like. If it looks natural. It doesn't look that bad. So all right, well, let's at least he doesn't look like he's floating in the air. Okay, so let's save this. And Yeah, I played my guitar on the streets of Amsterdam. And as they say, what what happens in Amsterdam stays in Amsterdam. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. I had a good time. All right, let's see what he looks like in Iray. If this is even anything. Let's see what our rock looks like. I don't think I need to put sub D on this rock. I think it looks pretty good. Now, the only thing about the rock is it doesn't look like the other rocks in the background. It looks a little too clean. So we got this saved. Let's try putting some kind of mossy texture on the rock. I don't think I'm going to be able to achieve as nice of a... And it doesn't look like his hand is actually touching the rock. Bend. So I'm going to have to do more with his hand here. And let's see, twist. I think I got to twist this here. There we go. And I'm still probably going to have to go and look at this hand. Something's not right with it. Now I got all these trees again back in here. Can't see a thing. We got to turn the trees back off. That's the grove. I probably should have picked the right rock before I, looked at it in Iray. And okay, this looks kind of okay. All right, we're going to just, I don't know how that worked. Okay, Z. Let's pick Nathan, and let's pick this auto pose kind of thing, and let's just drag his hand where we want it to be. Yeah, I do have the camera at its default focal length. Let's see what it is. I have the camera locked right now also, so let's see. Parameters, camera, and camera lens. That would be in camera. It's 65 is the focal length, yeah. Yeah, what we can do is, I'm not sure that I'm going to use the depth of field in this. It might be nice, and it might actually make the rock stick out more so that it doesn't, so that the background isn't, let's see what happens when we use depth of field on this. Let's turn it on. Can I turn it on? And let's go to Iray. And the camera, we have to unlock the camera in order to do anything. Let's see, go to most used, unlock. Okay, we have depth of field now working. This kind of works because it, the background isn't quite as noticeable, and I hope that didn't come through the mic. I just had to sneeze. Okay, so what we're going to do is go to the perspective view, 9, and let's see if our the depth is right. Focal distance is right. All right, I got to turn this secret grove off again. I just can't see anything now. All right, camera. And it doesn't look like it's right. The focal depth is supposed to be here. Let's see. Right there. About right there. Now let's go back to our camera. Go to this. Let's turn the grove back on. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, I think that works. And all right, so his hand's got to rest properly on there. So let's turn the. I'm still not too pleased with this hand thing. I think maybe if I lower his thumb. All right, so let's mess with the hand and the. Maybe if I twist the hand and put it laying flat on his. We'll see. I think let's fix his hand first. So I think I like where the camera is right now. At least I'm going to lock it just so I don't really throw it off. So we go to most used and lock the camera again. Go to perspective view. Let's turn back off the secret grove so I can see what the heck I'm doing here. Okay. Let's take the right hand and bend it down. Twist it a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to try a little bit of power pose. We'll go here. This is the right hand, I believe, which would be this one. We're just going to cup this in a little bit like that. Sometimes you can do it if you just have to pull it in all of them at the same amount. Now let's go to parameters. Let's pull this thumb down in. All right, let's see if that's a little bit more relaxed. I think we got to twist his hand like this. And bring this in a little more. Bend it in. Twist it out. And let's go back to power pose. Let's open these fingers up. Twist this a little more. Bend the wrist up. No. Here. Bend the wrist up like this. One Daz video showed the camera moved way back, then adjusted the focal length to a 120 that zoomed in on the character and created a different look. Yeah, I'm not incredibly smart about um, uh, camera. But I know you'd think with all of the videos and all the studying that I've done, that would have sunk in a little bit, and started to make sense over time. But the reason why you move the camera way back is to make your figure look fatter, wider, okay, and less kind of squished, okay? And the closer the camera is to your face, the more it squishes your face in. So you move the camera back, and it makes your character look wider and kind of more tougher and more voluptuous, I guess, instead of all skinny and kind of. So that's why you go back, you move the camera back, and then adjust the focal length, is to make your character, make their face wider. Okay, so if you look at your character and say, my character, because especially like if you think of a cell phone, when you have the phone right in your face kind of looks all squished in, and it's kind of, that's the lens effect. And that's the same thing with lenses. You buy these lenses, and some of the lenses are for filming way back, and then they zoom in. And when they zoom in, they widen you. They make you look wider. Maybe that's what we really look like. And sometimes when we look at ourselves in the mirror, we're standing back far enough. It's not like the mirror is right in our face. And so the mirror is kind of a lens, and we kind of look normal and natural to ourselves. But when you get really close to somebody, their face kind of like, it's like a fisheye effect, where it makes their face look. And the thing is that somewhere in all of that effect is like a proximity thing that, and I don't know if that is this part with the camera. Let me get his hand right here, and it's the way to make something in the background look further and closer, and that's another effect that the camera can do. And it's that one really boggles my mind. I don't know that I can really wrap my head around it. I've studied it and watched videos on it. I've seen the effect, and I still have no idea what makes that effect work. So it boggles my mind, that one. Now the one about the camera that one kind of boggles my mind too, because why when you move further away and you zoom in with the lens, does it make you look wider? I don't know. It just might be the way. I'll blame it on pi, because pi throws everything off. Because it's not a perfect number, and so when we think everything should be linear, and the same way with music, when you add harmonics, different tones, they create harmonics, and it's because sound isn't linear either. None of this, it's just, you would think that you zoom in and you're going to get the same thing as when you zoom out, and it's not how it works. And so you can use that effect to and the thing is that a lot of women have rounder faces, and they're kind of wider, and some of them, because of their breast area. And so that widening effect may not be as appealing to a woman where they want to be kind of chiseled and thin and kind of and model like look, where a man wants his jawline to come out and his head to look wider and to kind of look. So I think that effect can vary on how effective it is depending on your subject. So you just look at your subject and say, is my subject, does he look thin and kind of skinny and scrawny? And there again, we get used to our art. We get used to seeing them the way they are. And sometimes we don't ask. And it's very smart of you, Ted, to bring that up, because this is the time when you would bring this up and say, is he wide enough? You know, is it time to start? And right now I'm still trying to get his fingers right, but it's going to come a point where everything's done. And that's when you need to ask those questions. Is my camera angle right? Is my lighting right? And that once you get the figure in the right place, that's when you ask all those questions. And, you know, it might even be a question, you know, I just put these shorts on him so that he wouldn't, you know, so that I could make this video for, you know, family-friendly friendly video. Yeah, see, I own several lenses. And, you know, when I bought them, I kind of knew what they did, but they've sat in my camera bag, and I have one that's like 100, it's a 70 or something. Some of them are zoom lenses, some of them are autofocus and auto, you know, it's really complicated stuff to me, and I barely get by in that world. And all the stuff like white balance and going manually and f-stop and and you know, just the whole idea of trying to compute, and then there's you know, going up with a light meter and oh my gosh, just forget it. It's just, you know, I am a music person, and when it comes to music, I can speak it fluently. But when it comes to cameras and lights, I barely get by. I just barely make it through. You know, and the thing is I've got like a Sony 1600. I've got a Panasonic video camera, okay, and it's a 4K 60p video camera, so it's like a couple $1,000 for my Sony video camera. And then I have 1,000. Oh, great. Well, the guitar part, I can tell you everything just about you could imagine with music, okay? That part, it's just like easy for my brain because I've done it for so long. I've done the deep stuff with it. Photography, I couldn't afford for many, many years. I couldn't even afford, you know, to develop my Instamatic camera pictures. So I have pictures from Amsterdam that I still haven't developed. So yeah, when it comes to cameras, I barely squeak by, and that's just the way it is. That's the way I am with them. So okay, we're gonna bring this here. And but I feel like my Daz camera is a little bit it's a little easier because it's not real time kind of thing where I can kind of I can kind of twist. Let's see if we can twist this around. There we go. And then we can bring these fingers up a little bit. Okay, we're going to bring this up, like this. No, not like that. Like this. And we're going to twist this a little bit like this. And did that bring that down? Yeah, it did just enough. And so I feel like I can wrap my head around the 3D world. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is cheating. Well, you can cheat because the computer figures out the f-stop values for you. You just put a slider and look and see what it looks like, and you don't really know what a lot of times what your picture is going to look like. So I like to shoot in the RAW format. I shoot everything in RAW, so I can have the maximum. And so then I also have a zip. I also have an iPhone 14, and then I also have a Samsung S22 phone. So between the iPhone and the S22, that's about close to $3,000. So, and I find that my cameras take more natural pictures of me than my Sony camera. Yeah, my Sony camera makes me look horrible, and so I'm not really sure. There's all the autofocus stuff in the camera that seems to be more advanced in my Sony camera for the auto and for portrait mode and all this stuff. And right now, my broadcast online, I'm broadcasting through an iPhone 14. So when the picture you see of me is through an iPhone. And I have my Sony camera. It's a 4K 60p camera, but I use the iPhone because I look better in it. I look hideous in my so yeah, I like to I like the blacks and what's it? The first one. It's the first one at the top of the list. It's usually help me out. It's they talk about that a lot in Daz too. Is the not luminosity, but it's what's the first one in the list? It's at the top of the list. It gives you brightness. It makes everything brighter. It's the first one in the top of the list of your raw thing. And I have been broadcasting for 5.5 hours. I've been sitting here broadcasting, so which I'm still okay. It's kind of warm in my studio right now. So, all right. So what we're going to do No, it's not f-stop. It's not ISO. It's in the raw. You know, you got crushed blacks, and let's see. It would be also here in the tone mapper options. Exposure. Okay, I think it's exposure. Yeah, and ISO. Yeah, I think ISO does it too. It makes it lighter, but it. Yeah, it might be gamma. The gamma. The gamma is another one. So yeah, these are all very and one time if you want to learn about cameras and stuff, you want to go to Berkeley in California online, and they used to, I don't know if they do it anymore, but you used to be able to sit in on the professors when they would teach the students about photography and cameras and the different formats and all of these different things like ISO and what they're actually doing to the numbers in the digital numbers and the codecs and how each one is some kind of rate and algorithm that they use. And I sat through about 2 hours, an hour and a half of this really smart woman. She was so smart. I mean, she was like military smart. She was like astronaut smart when it came to photography, and she talked it was like almost 2 hours that I forced myself to sit and listen to her talk and about all these things, ISO and gamma and saturation and all that. And she was talking about all that. And you know what? I did not understand not one thing. I didn't understand anything she said at all. It was so over my head. And there's only been a few times in my life when I have been that stupid. And that was one of them. So, but it wouldn't be, probably you could grasp it, Ted. And it was free. You just have to go in and sign up, and you can sit through a whole bunch of classes. And I thought, oh, well, I'm going to sit through, this photography class on formats and algorithms and all these stuff that they use. And she was talking about stuff that you can't even really do with cameras yet, that there are so many algorithms you can apply to the numbers and bring out, you can use different formats with your camera and accentuate many aspects of what the camera is able to see. And that's as far as that's the simplest way. That's the only part I understand is that. And that's as far as my understanding went with that. Okay, I'm going to bring his fingers in a little closer together. Perspective. I don't think they would be that far apart. Z, no, I didn't want to do that. Why are you moving him? Okay, did you move him again? No, side to side. Yes, well, you have a great evening, Ted. I think I'm going to be done. I think it's going to be, I'm going to adjust a little bit more of my f-stop here and make maybe the background even a little more blurry. And then I'm going to go to bed myself. So we go back to the camera. Let's go to Iray. Well, I'm going to go back to the perspective mode here. You take care. Thank you for hanging out with me and keeping me company here. The likes on my videos, and you're very kind, Ted. You're a great guy. You take care. You have a wonderful night now. And we will talk. I think my somehow my camera's been, let's see, camera. I think my camera's been altered somehow. Focal distance. Yeah, that's supposed to be right there. Not sure how that happened. And I think I'm going to bring this in closer. Oh, I should have. Okay. Yes, and Cherry was lovely having N Cherry here as well. So, all right, let's see what we've got for our camera. Let's see what this looks like in Iray. It might be done. My scene might be a little bit too dark. Control 0. Let's see what we got. Have a wonderful night. I think Ted maybe has left. There we go. Yeah. Now he's sitting out. There he is. That's nice. And he looks relaxed. It's very nice. I like being able to work on stuff and not and just have it come out like clean like this and looking very nice. So we might just bump the spotlight up a little bit more, give him a little more dramatic light. Or okay, so we'll look and see what we're at. We're at 995. Let's put a 1 here. Just go up a little more. I think a little bit less than 1. So let's go. Let's take this 9 and put it at 5. There we go. Or we'll take the 9 or the 5 and put it at 3. All right, that's going to do it. And we're going to save this file, and we're going to render, set up our render settings now. Now, I mean, if I were to move the camera back, theoretically, and then zoom in, it's going to make him wider, okay, looking. And I just don't know. I'm not, I feel I like to think that I have a good eye for stuff, but I don't entertain these ideals of grandeur that I have some perfect eye for beauty, so because I've made some stuff that looked pretty good, but when I go back and look at it again, I just say, oh my God, he's so ugly, and I can't believe that I thought. And here's another thing that you need to think about in your scene is shadows. Notice that his neck is gone because that shadow, so he's got like a face and then it's not attached to anything because there's such a hard shadow here. And then there's also a hard shadow here, and part of his arm is gone. You see this hand coming out here, the hand coming out of, see that line there? Where the hand is just coming out of nowhere. And it's like an optical illusion where you have to pay attention to optical illusions, because somebody's going to come up and say, where is his neck? And that's the first thing they're going to notice, is that because they see it from an inverted way that you saw it, because you got so used to seeing it in one way. So it's just something to think about right now. I don't think these shadows are that bad, and the shadow on his neck I don't think is that bad of, it's an effect. I don't think they're that bad. So, you know, the fact that we have all, so I'm going to try to tie all this together, okay, is that my rant about the Daz, if you're smart enough and if you own enough Genesis 8 characters, you can convert all those characters, their heads, into morphs and use them right directly on your Genesis 9 figures. And then you don't need to buy any more. You know, really, you've got a fairly good set of eye collection. And if you don't like the color, go into the surfaces and dicker with the colors until it's the color you want. So really, you know, Daz has, for us males, the people who enjoy making male art, they've given us all the tools. We just have to make, use, you know, morph their heads into the beautiful male that we want. And there it is. I mean, this is a whole new face that I just used by using a little bit of Genesis 8 and a little bit of Bruce. And this is what we get. And with Nathan's skin, it's just like, there it is. There, he's, you know, I feel, and he doesn't, I didn't even put a beard on him, and he still looks manly, okay? A lot of times I have to throw some kind of 5 o'clock shadow on him or something to on my figures to push them towards that manly thing. And he doesn't need it. He does have the chest hair, but he doesn't really need it. So I don't know, because I need to like come back and look at this tomorrow and see if it looks any different. So we're going to go to render settings here, and 16 by 1. Now let's, all right, I don't dare change the size of this. So if I'm going to change, if I'll just crop it in Photoshop if I need a 16 by 9, because I don't dare. $16 by 1. It's like almost like, what, 1.5 by 1. It's almost square. 1.5, like 1.5 by 1. It's almost like, I think, a golden ratio. So, all right, let's save this. And let's see what happens when all right, I don't think I want a 16 by 9. I just don't know that I want a really wide. Okay, now I'm wondering if this rock is Iray. So let's go to surfaces and look at the rock. Base color, it is Iray. And is there anything? So now what if I go to content library, to smart content, go to products, go out of here, go to materials. There might be a bunch of rock materials that I can switch it with. Just try some different rock colors. This. Where does this go? Is this a Rapunzel Tower rock? Props. I don't see it here. So I don't think it is. Let's see, rocks. Where do we go to here? Default, all files. See, I don't dare. Okay, let's control alternate minus. I don't dare. Okay, here it is. SR small rock, and it wasn't very small actually. Explore product. Here it is. Secret ruins, materials. Okay, so they don't give us another material for the rock. We got candle materials, but all we get is the rock, and the rock is the way the rock is. This is one rock, and there's a wall part. Be kind of interesting to put something like this in the background instead of this rock here. 9. I don't think I can select that. When I select that, it selects everything. This is my secret grove and my secret garden and my secret path and my secret, I love these scenes, but, why is everything all jammed into one chunk? Kind of bugs me. It just takes forever to use geometry editor or something to fix it. So, all right, that's it. So we're not gonna mess with this. So I like that it's not. I don't want the 16 by 9 because I don't want him to be this little teeny sliver in the middle of the scene. So we're gonna leave it like that, and we're already up to our render settings is 10,000 by 6,000, so that's about as high as I want to go with this. And so what we're going to do is go to this and go to maximum samples, maximum time, render quality off, so that it will just keep rendering and rendering. Save it again. And I don't have to mess with optimization. These are instances, but I don't know how many instances. It's all jammed into this. I don't think there's a way to break this apart. I've tried breaking apart my secret stuff. I've never found a way to break this apart, but there's probably a way to do it, but it kind of bugs me that I have to go through a geometry editor and start just cutting stuff out. It's ugly. So, but all right, now we're going to go to, we're just going to render. All right, we're going to see what it looks like in a render. So I think we're done. I'll stay long enough so you can see what this gigantic 10,000 by 6,000 render is going to look like. And we're rendering with two 1080 to 3090s. So this is probably going to be done in 20 minutes because there's only one guy in here, and then the My Secret Grove is kind of all in one big chunk, which kind of makes it render even faster. We do have a little bit of a camera effect going on, which could slow it down. The lens effect. And so let's see how fast this goes. That's 1 frame. 3. So it's not, okay, 4. It's not going as fast as I thought it was going to go. That is beautiful. That's a beautiful, like, kind of bokeh effect. Very nice. Let's bring this down. Let's see what our guy looks like. Oh, and he's got that skin, the skin blemishes. Look at those beautiful eyebrows. They're not quite as dark as his hair. I probably could have gone darker on his eyebrows too, but this is what you learn when you see your images up close like this. And the hair kind of looks goofy, but it's not that bad. I kind of wish I had some kind of long black, over-accentuated sideburns, but this looks brown instead of black, but I think I'm going to leave it. And look, you know, do you remember when we were looking at Michael and his eyes looked so kind of fake? Just contrast those eyes. And we still have kind of a problem here because this is the part, this little thing on the eye, it's the same thing that Michael has that I hate so much. It's this, but it's for some reason it's not quite as bad. But this area here is all like kind of wrinkled up and kind of messed up. And what's really nice is this part hangs down over. So I'm just kind of too close to the subject. But that's why you render it so big, is so you can see your character up close and see any kind of problems. Now his hand's out of focus, which isn't too bad, so because I just didn't like the hands anyway that much. This hand is so far in the foreground that it's out of focus. But his face just got the focus, like the perfect focus, and his eyes are, I don't know exactly if it's perfect, but, and then we have this hand that's back enough in the background to be out of in our depth of field also. I think it's close enough where I can't really, you know, I could go and adjust it and it might not make much difference. His eyes look like they're in focus. They need to reticulate a little bit, like there's little teeny specks in here, and that's going to take, so this has got to go up to at least 2,000 iterations, and all those specks will be cleared right out. There's a few specks in his hair. His hair's not that bad. It could be a lot worse. So, and then all this right here in the background needs to become like glass smooth. It has to become very smooth. And that's probably what's making, look at these freckles here. Look at that. Look at how wonderful this hair complements the skin freckles, this effect. So I hope you guys have learned something from me. Please leave a like on the video. Leave a comment. If you guys want, you know, Ted was so beautiful tonight, and so was, you know, So was oh gosh, now I got to look at the so was and Cherry. They were very, very nice. And Cherry just agreeing with me. It's so sweet of them to do that. They, you know, apparently they want me to continue doing this, and I'm doing it for free because nobody's paying me for this 5 hours of my life. I could have done something else that I would have gotten paid for, and instead I came here and hung out with you guys, made this video. Angus, thank you for being here at the beginning of the video. Some people came in and just gave me a like. So I do this because I know a lot of this stuff. I've learned a lot by just spending hours and hours and hours and owning so many products and going in. I don't just buy a product and put it in my library and leave it. Like this product right here today, this product, the Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro, you can see we used that product. And I knew how to get around in it because I knew I've used it many times on previous generations. And I've always had awesome luck for it. It won't convert your poses to your figure. At least that's my understanding. So you can't just use any pose with any figure. You have to convert your poses first and know what poses you're trying to apply to your Genesis 9 figure. It will apply the pose, it just won't apply it right if it's not converted. So, but that's why I made this video, because I purchased the Ultimate Pose Mixer Pro with Mega Pose Toolkit, and I thought and I only paid $6 and something for it. But most people are going to pay at least $20 for it right now. And thank you, Daz, for offering me ways to lower the price. It was one was because of their deal where you may buy a bunch of stuff and you get these tokens. And I had like 6 tokens piled up. And then the other one was because I think I bought a bunch of stuff from the same artist, and part of the thing is because I bought the pose mixer for Genesis 8 and 8.1, and I bought the pose mixer for Genesis 8, and so that's 2 of them, and then this basically does the same thing as that. So it was just kind of a nice way of Daz saying, you know, hey, you bought the others, we're not going to charge you in an arm and a leg. The people at Daz are very, very nice. I just think they've got to be more proactive with. They're not doing women a good thing by biasing men. They're not. Women are lonely. They want a man. They want the man of their dreams. And Daz, you're a wasteland for men. It's just, you're not giving them what they want. You're giving them beasts and aberrations and ugly men, and they'll buy the men, but you're not doing your job. You're not giving them, look at this. This is a beautiful man, okay? You know, and I think, in my opinion, he does need a beard, but he just seemed to carry himself without it, and that's very rare with my Daz. Usually they got to have a beard to really finish them off, but it's because whoever made Bruce just made a really awesome character. And what did they do with Bruce? Well, they made Bruce really, really way overweight. They gave him a hair lip. They took one of the most beautiful characters that they've ever made and just destroyed him with all kinds of crazy stuff. It's like, okay, so now we have a figure with a hair lip who happens to be the most beautiful figure that you have ever made. And so it's some, you just need somebody who doesn't have the mentality that you guys have. Somebody who just looks and says, this female stuff is beautiful. It's a beautiful tribute to females, but there's a part missing that is not dirtbag men and not, fat men with, big beer bellies. And you did the same thing with Buster. Buster is who Buster looks like. He looks like Heath Ledger. Buster is like Heath Ledger. And what did you do? You gave him a big, gigantic beer belly, and you sold him as if he was some kind of, retard, like hillbilly, redneck, like disgusting kind of, college kids who has beer like hanging here and with like feeding tubes. That's how you marketed Buster. And if you take away the beer belly and you take away all the garbage that you put, Buster's face it's so beautiful. You just and it's like, are you trying to not sell this stuff? Are you trying to not sell male items? Because it seems as though there's an assertive effort to destroy that part of. And I don't know. It could be this gigantic quorum of people who are all part of some kind of secret society and then if that's the case, it's the same it's the same thing in the music industry. It's doing this thing that women are all, sex machines, and that's what Lucille Ball said, that the industry promotes this image that women all have to be sex machines and men have to be dirt balls. End quote. Okay? I agree with Lucy. I agree. This is not the way to promote people. You're hurting people. You're hurting females who want a male because all they see is this wasteland of men, this image that is being portrayed and put out everywhere they look. And they are getting discouraged and disappointed in life, and they're killing themselves. And if you don't think that that's true, Google it and say, are women committing suicide? And you will find that it's like a very high number, like extreme. It's like a pandemic level right now of women killing themselves. And you are not helping. And it's because they are looking for they're looking for a good man in their lives. And I mean, I didn't make things that way. If it would be kind of better if they were all lesbians, then they could just find one of these perfect little Barbie models that you are all putting out that are all sex machines. They would be just fine. But that's not the way they are. It's You know, it's I didn't make things the way they are, you know, and it's the same way with gay men. They are also killing themselves because the image, the man that they're looking for is a dirt bag. That's what you're portraying them as. Or they're a werewolf, or they got all this armor and blood, and you can't get through to them, and they're not like regular guys, or they're in that middle effeminate thing where they're just, you don't know what they are, and they're looking for something that's very masculine but also very gentle. You know, I'm an old man. I'm 60 years old. That's why I know about these things. I've lived a long life. I've seen a lot of things in my life. I've got experience. I have insight into this because I'm a gay man. And I know, so it makes me kind of know what heterosexual women, how they feel. And this whole idea of, you know, it's right to be woke, but you're misguided on what woke is. Woke is like two gay men who are monogamous and they don't cheat on each other. They don't go out to the bars every night and get drunk. They're people who live a kind of suburban life, and they work a good job, and they come home and snuggle up on the couch, and they maybe adopt children. That's woke. It's not like two dirtbags who live together and do drugs and go and snort coke at the bar and do every kind of thing and dance in thongs. And yeah, that's, you know, and it's the same with women, that women who aren't, you know, we get these, you know, how much lingerie, you know, and it's all these women all in lingerie. And I think it's beautiful too. You need to do that too, but you also need to take and show women in a kind of, you know, it's not, being woke is a kind of domestic tranquility, okay? And diversity all together in domestic tranquility, not like, you know, this whole bar mentality and drugs and strippers and pole dancing. And, you know, there's a place for that too, but it shouldn't be front and center. It should be sort of off to the side. And the front and center should be, you know, and I think what you did with Victoria, Genesis 9, Victoria, is she kind of fits into that. She's not that pretty kind. She's more like earthy and pretty and smart and kind of like a little bit hippie. And she fits into the mom kind of thing a little bit. That's what we're looking at here, is we're looking at that kind of thing. And it's not to push women back into the home, okay? It's so that they can find their helpmate, so they can find their partner, find their soulmate. And if their soulmate wants to stay at home and they want to go out and work, they can. If their soulmate, they both want to go and work. And if they want to have kids, if they don't want to, that's fine and all, okay? That is woke, okay? And whether if it's across the gay, or that's what woke is. It's this suburban dream, okay? And all this other, all this kind of sick fetish stuff, it's okay. It just belongs outside of that. It's romance. And in that romance is, yeah, there's some deep sexual passion in that. And that's the problem, is that people don't feel they're ever going to fulfill their sexual passion. And they're not going to fulfill it if the women are all just sex objects, and if the men are just are all dirt bags and monsters and beasts. They're not going to fulfill it. They're not going to. They feel helpless, and like they'll never. It's already hard enough to walk up for a woman to walk up to a man and say, "Hey, you want to be my partner?" And then to add all these obstacles, and it's like, if it is this gigantic cabal of some secret society directing all this, or it could be just like a dark energy that everybody's kind of like caught in. I don't know. But it's rotting our society, and it's rotted it for many years, all the way back to when we had rock and roll and Fonzie. Hey, yeah, it's like does every girl really want a Fonzie? No, Fonzie lived like in his mom's cellar, okay? And he had his motorcycle, and the girls were probably more looking for a Richie, or, and Fonzie was just kind of like, in a way, kind of just creepy. But that's what we had foisted on us, and so everybody became Fonzie, and everybody was dressed in there. Then they're walking down the street, and we got West Side Story, and we got all these dirt bags and dirt balls. I'm just a teenage dirt bag, baby. This is what we've got. This is what we've got being hurled at us right now, is this kind of world. What did I do? My mouse has now okay. It's back. I don't know what just happened, but it had this weird little. So, yeah. And, like I said, I'm woke, where I can say, yeah, it's okay to have dirtbags in society. If you want to be a dirtbag, that's fine too. That's what being woke is accepting people and the way they want to be, is accepting the way people want to be. But it shouldn't be like this kind of pressure that's imposed on us by society, that's the way that life should be, because it really divides the sexes. It divides people, because it's much better when people aren't so out there that they can't be reached. And Fonzie was like out there. Fonzie was he was eccentric. He was, and he how he would slam like the electronics, like the Coke machine, and he knew just how to bang it and everything. He was like unfathomable, somebody you couldn't even figure out, because he was a mechanical puzzle. He was like, it was like almost like AI or something just completely lifeless. And that's where and so you're growing up, and you see that kind of person in your life, and you might fantasize and say, oh, I want my very own Fonzie. I'd love to have Fonzie and everything. But when you really think about it, and Fonzie was, probably in real life would have been a pothead, and it would have been a drug addict and a drunk, and he would have been probably wrapped around a pole on that motorcycle of his at a very young age, and probably, with a bum leg and living on welfare because he couldn't work and couldn't really function in society. Is that really what people want? And so this is the whole dilemma, is like to yeah, it's okay to promote the Fonzies and all that, but let's do that in the sidelines, and let's keep some kind of, like, maybe I don't know that Barbie world is exactly it, but it's something wholesome. It's like, it reminds me of like Karen Carpenter and John Denver versus like Ozzy Osbourne, It's like something happy. It's something Herb Albert, something romantic, something that's approachable, that you meet somebody and they're not such an enigma. There's not such a puzzle, or they're not such a cipher where you have to, they're so aloof and so hard to figure out, but it's just somebody that you immediately, it's like The King and I, the moment that, that walked into the room, and maybe we might be similarly inclined. Shall we dance? It's just, and they're kind of like made for each other. On a bright cloud of music, shall we fly? Shall we dance? And to me say, perchance when the last of light has left the sky, with our arms around each other, shall we dance? Shall we dance? See, that's the dream right there. That is domestic tranquility. And it's being obliterated. It's being obliterated by male bias, and this isn't wokeism. This whole male bias and this whole like blown out kind of female sex machine kind of, everything is all like boobs and lingerie. That is not wokeism. Okay, that's kind of like debauchery. All right, we don't need to push debauchery so far into the centers of the world, so that we and like homosexuality is not debauchery, but taking it into the bars and all that promiscuity and poppers and all that, and drinking every night and a different partner every night, that's debauchery. And I'm not against it. This is I believe in a liberal way of life, and I believe in that people, if they want to live that lifestyle, they should. But what you see is people come out of the bars and then they bring that out with them into the world, and they walk around as if everybody in the world is like them, and they're not. They have this idea that that's the only world they know. And so you see the pride parades and everything, and it's like you see this kind of world that's come out of the bars and into the streets, and I'm not against that either. I think that there's a day for that. That's Pride Month or whatever. There's a time for that. It's for all of that, and it's not just it's not just gays that do that. The same bikers do the same thing. They all come out of their biker bars and get on their bikes, and the women have their shirts up, and the men are all bearded and like crazy, and like they're in a Bush commercial or something. You know, it's and the right wing just eats all that that redneck debauchery up as if that's the way life is, and it's not. Life is a little bit more. It's a little bit more down to earth than that. It's two people sitting by a little fireplace in their apartment and just snuggling on the couch, and and not drinking anything, not needing to have a buzz of any kind, but just being together and feeling safe together. That's what women, the majority of women, want. Is they want to feel safe and to find that special person in their life. They know that there's a kind of goodness in women, and they know that they have a kind of a natural directive, and they see a world that is just kind of burning down around them. And so we have a choice. Are we going to be part of the problem, part of the debauchery? And it's like, yeah, I go out to gay clubs every once in a while. I have a club soda and lime. I watch them play pool. Sometimes I'll dance and have fun, and I do it because I kind of like the exercise and to dance. And I don't go home. I go home alone because I don't think I'm going to meet the right person there. In fact, I'm kind of sure that I won't. I'm pretty sure I won't meet the right person there. So, but I think I'm most likely to meet them, at an AA meeting or just by chance, just. So that's the kind of thing. So, something somewhere else. So it's, it's time for, just because we, leave some of these ideas that we've all grown up with, the dirtbag syndrome, and the women are all sex machines and sex objects and all of that. And it's so pervaded in our society that, it just because we acknowledge that maybe that isn't the way to go doesn't mean that suddenly we're the Christian right, and we have all these high standards and suddenly everybody is bad. That is not woke either. It's like with me, I don't do drugs, I don't drink, I don't smoke pot, but I support those things. I support legalized marijuana. I support alcohol in bars. I support I don't drink caffeine, but I support the coffee industry. I support the and it kind of bums me out a little bit that on every corner of the street now there's a pot shop, but I support it. And that's the same with me. I'm a gay man, but I support a healthy female population where they're happy, and it means a lot to me. That means a lot to me just as much as it probably means more to me. It does mean more to me than, you know, supporting pot houses on every corner, and, you know, and people getting trashed in bars and coming out and not even knowing how to get home. I support more. My priorities are that I support females being happy and having hope in their lives, and that they're, you know, that, and there are gay men, and those men are probably not going to want to go and settle in and make a home with a female. But there are gay females that are probably not going to want to settle in and make a home with some nice man. That's just the last thing in their mind that they want. But there are men out there that would love to settle in with a woman, and there are women out there that would love to settle in with a man. And right now we have a society trying to turn them into, you know, Beauty and the Beast, you know, sex machines and dirt balls. And what's going on? Why is this important? Why is, you know, and like I said, either it's a secret society that's operating underneath our you know, our entertainment and all industry and our 3D industry and everything, or it's just some dark kind of energy that everybody's caught up in, and it's like a vicious cycle. And I'd like to think it's the latter, that it's not some big, you know, conspiracy, that it's more just like people that are just, that need to kind of get a grip, you know, and see what, come out of the bar and see that there's a world outside. Come out of your cocoon and see that everything is not like it is in the that it's not, it's like the whole world isn't like their little microcosm in the gay bar, or their whole world isn't like that microcosm in the redneck bar, okay? That, you know, some people actually listen to music on their phone and not the jukebox. It's like, imagine that you can actually have music on your phone. They just have no idea, because that's the only place they, you know, and it's the only kind of music they listen to is what they're fed in the bar. And they don't know that there's other music out there that's kind of a little bit, that isn't so kind of trashy, and it's not so insulting, and it's not so just kind of absurdly vulgar, you know? That's all they know. And I believe that people have a right to be that way if that's what they want. But let's talk about being woke. And when we wake up from that small microcosm that we live in, and we come out and we see that that there's diversity, that there's other ways of thinking, there's other ways of living, that we don't have to fall into that dichotomy of male and female and Beauty and the Beast and dirtbag and sex machine. We don't have to fall into that we can be kind of wholesome and natural. And that's my entire, all of my art, that's what all my music on YouTube is about. It's about trying to promote respect between people. Whether if you're gay and then you respect your lover, you respect your male partner, you respect them. If you're heterosexual, you respect your partner, you love them, you know, and it's a matter of taste, but I tend to think that people are happier when they're not in an abusive kind of thing. And, you know, if two people are abusing each other, then you see, well, it's give and take. He insults me and she insults him, or he insults her and she insults him, and it's back and forth, and it's a mutual thing. And still, is that the kind of life you want? And I knew this girl that her husband one time took a shot at her with a shotgun. Missed her. She was driving off in the truck trying to get away from him. She shot him. He shot at her and went through the back of the truck cab, and missed her. And she drove off. And, you know, they just kept fighting and fighting and fighting. She went back to him and, oh, I'm so sorry. And then they had sex, and wild, crazy sex, and did all kinds of drugs and kept doing drugs and blah, 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 blah. And one night they got in another fight, and so she pulls out a knife and stabs him in the stomach. And he drives himself to the hospital. And when he's at the hospital, they find he's got stomach cancer. And so they cut out all this stomach cancer, and then they send him back home, and oh, they're so sorry, and they have sex, and they do all kinds of drugs, and then she's running around saying, if I hadn't stabbed him in the stomach, they never would have found the cancer. And it's just insanity. It's an insane, you know, kind of life. You know, if they had both been kind of quiet, he might have said, you know, I'm not feeling so good in my stomach, you know, and maybe you should go to the doctor, honey, you know. And she would have gotten in the car and drove him to the doctor, and they would have taken x-rays and found the cancer, and she didn't have to stab him in the stomach. And then like a few years later, she died of cancer herself. And it was probably just like so much, you know, just, it's too bad. So much just kind of foul living. And I don't know. And I grew up in that. I was in both the Karen Carpenter. I grew up loving the Carpenters and John Denver, and then every once in a while I'd sit down and listen to Ozzy, and you know, the next thing, and I still love Ozzy's music. I love Led Zeppelin. I'm a huge rocker, huge, every kind. You know, some of the heavy metal, I like Metallica, but I wasn't too big on Rat, and I wasn't too big on like just some of the really kind of plastic metal wasn't kind of my thing. So, but I loved Metallica, and just like, so, you know, I didn't lose myself out of that. I still kind of kept my romantic side and my approachable side and my caring, and my friends love me because I'm a sweet to them and nice, you know, and I'm not some hard ass fucking, excuse my language, but you know, prick who thinks I'm just Mr. Everything, and that's dirtbag. That's what dirtbag is. So, you know, it's just, and you know, it's like these people that are conservatives, they're so in their myopic world that they've become dirtbags. They don't care about they're not nice, they're not approachable, they're not sweet, they're not lovable, they're not the kind of friend you just want to walk up to and hug. They're dirtbags. And that's what Trump is, a dirtbag. Just the way he treats Melania and you know, his families, his children and stuff. It's it's kind of the reverse. It's not the kind of dirtbag you think about, like the leather jacket and the, and but it's still dirtbag. And so he's been raised on the dirtbag culture. He's become it, and that's what it is. It comes in different forms, but it's still the same kind of culture. It's still the same thing. So I don't know the answer to all this other than live in love and to try and to allow, it's like this romance. Try to build more on the love we all share between us all, and build that, and just that. Just keep magnifying that love that we have with each other, our friendship, camaraderie, love between people of different ethnicities, love between gay and straight and everything in between, and just keep magnifying that, and stop trying to force people into some kind of fake world. That's going to do it for me. We are still rendering here. We're at 755, and I'm going to leave this out there. I just hope people can see and understand. Please leave comments. Let me know what you think about my thoughts and things. I care about people. I care about the world. And if I can do anything to kind of be like a father figure or something, somebody who sits down with their children and says, hey, and it's like a shepherd, the sheep, they want to run everywhere. They just want to run in. You got to go over, and you don't want to be rough and whack them with a pole or something, and, in the side of the head. You just want to go over and tap them and say, hey, come back into the flock. Come on. Oh, yeah, there you go. Come on back into the flock. That's what it is. That's what a shepherd is, because he's tender. That's why a shepherd is important, is you shepherd people, and you're tender. And sometimes, you have to kind of yank the sheep and say, no, I said, come back. You still have to talk them into it. You can't just grab them by the hair and throw them over, because nobody deserves to be treated like that. No, not a person, not even animals don't like being treated that way. You have to talk them into it. You have to say, oh, come on. And they kind of look at you like, and then you come on, come back this way, come back to the flock. So, all right. If I don't get off of here, I'm just going to keep talking and talking and talking. So be nice to each other. Be sweet. Break the habit of back and forth anger versus anger. Break it. Break that pattern. Go and say, when somebody's angry at you and calls you, blank in blank, you don't have to go and let down your pride or just try a different approach to things, and say, let's change. Let's be nice to each other. Okay? And maybe you can change. You can change so much in your life You can change. I'm 60 years old, and just being a nice person has changed my life. And so I'm kind of lucky that that there's still enough of me left to do this. And so change. Be our world needs to change. The world needs to kind of come back into the center a little bit. And it's okay to go out, and that's nice to kind of go out into the darkness a little bit and be, but we can't live out there too long, because then we lose sight of the collective. So, all right, I love you all. Bye-bye for now. Switching to my other computer, and we're going to play some polka music. So, all right, take care. I will see you in another video at another time. This is Rex Red saying so long, and this is EZ3DTV with a little bit of life instruction mixed in, because that's what we do. That's what my whole YouTube existence is about: life, about love and romance. And that's what we want. That's what people want. They want to be with somebody special that treats them nice. And let's be honest, that's what it's about. So treat each other nice. And, you know, this is not some kind of infomercial or kind of like, this is the reality of our lives. This is what we need. This is what the whole world needs, everywhere. If we all just started taking care of our neighbors and our people and everyone, it would be an amazing change. So, doesn't mean that we can't still, like I said, venture out into the darkness. It's fun going out into the darkness. It's fun having living a little on the edge. It's fun to do that, but don't stay there too long, because there are dangers. There are wolves out there on the edge, and they're pretty sly, and they're not necessarily people. It's just the dangers that we put ourselves. It's not people that are out there that are bad. It's the behaviors that we do, the things we do. We come home with hangovers, and we come home with diseases and stuff, and it's just the luck of the draw, or the unlucky draw that we have, circumstantialism. So all right, bye-bye. Thank you, YouTube, for putting up with me. All right, take care. See you again soon. Bye-bye again.